Chapter 1548. Ever since the bone progenitors era, the lower worlds had been on the decline. After so many years, a peerless immemorial realm expert had finally appeared. The change in cultivation environment made the resources in the lower worlds even more scarce, making cultivation extremely difficult. Under such circumstances, it was extremely difficult to cultivate to the immemorial realm with one's own efforts. Therefore, after so many years, the strongest powerhouses in the universe's power rankings were only at the peak of life and death realm. Although they were only a step away from the immemorial realm, it was still extremely far away. Immemorial realm experts could rely on their own strength to rule the entire lower worlds. Their strength was not something ordinary people could imagine. The human race's holy master had ascended the legendary bipolar ice mountain and successfully stepped into the immemorial realm. The current him seemed to have been reborn, giving off an oppressive feeling. Hearing Fang Chen's question, the holy master nodded slightly. "Let's go. The war should end soon." Saying so, the holy master waved his hand. With a ripping sound, a crack appeared in space, and the two stepped into the void. Human race's holy land. The current human race was very different from before. The rise of Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler had greatly weakened the human race's control. The foreign races and Sea Demon race constantly infiltrated the human race's territory, assassinating human geniuses. The human race could not guard against them. In just a few short months, the human race had suffered disastrous losses. The younger generation was the hope of the human race, as well as the future of the human race. Assassinating the younger generation's geniuses was tantamount to cutting off the hope of the human race. Although the human race was furious, there was nothing they could do. On this day, many elders gathered in the Holy Palace. Led by the Grand Elder, they were holding an emergency meeting. "Grand Elder, you've seen it too. The Sea Demon race and the foreign races are too savage." "That's right. They sneaked into our territory and kept assassinating our geniuses. This is intolerable. We must fight back. We can't show weakness." The many elders spoke one after another. Their attitude was the same. It was a battle. Even if they died, they had to die standing. However, the Grand Elder held a high position and could not make decisions carelessly. Every decision had to be made with the human race's interests in mind. The Sacred Master is nowhere to be found, and Sovereign Emperor Bloodfiend and Universe Sovereign are eyeing us covetously. Once they start fighting, we'll definitely lose. The First Elder pondered for a moment before saying, "Right now, the most important thing is to find the Holy Lord." Although the human Holy Lords were not as strong as Bloodfiend Monarch, they were still a strong deterrent force. Now that he was missing, the human race was without a leader, and they couldn't start a war. But some elders wanted to persuade him, but they were stopped by the Great Elder. "Br, if there's nothing else, you may all leave." The First Elder closed his eyes and rubbed his temples as he spoke tiredly. Seeing this, everyone shook their heads helplessly and left the Holy Temple. "Holy Master, where are you?" The Great Elder was very helpless. The current situation of the human race was not what he wanted to see. He hoped that the Sacred Lord could return as soon as possible. Kuala, the sacred leader of the human race, appeared out of nowhere. "Sacred Master." Just a moment ago, he was still wondering where the Holy Lord was, and now he had appeared. Great Elder's face was filled with an excited smile. "I've already learned about the situation of the human race. Spread this news." The human race Holy Lord flicked his finger, and a ray of light entered the Great Elder's mind. The Great Elder nodded and quickly left. Only Fang Chen and the sacred leader were left in the Holy Temple. The Sea Demon race and the other races must have something to rely on for daring to do this. Fang Chen said. "In front of absolute strength, everything is nothing." The human race Holy Lord said indifferently. Soon, a message was transmitted to the minds of all the life and death monarchs. The universe battle power ranking had been updated. All this time, the universe battle power ranking had been personally managed by the human race Holy Lord, and it was updated from time to time. And now, the first thing the sacred leader did after returning was to update the universe battle power ranking. After the update, the universe battle power ranking had some changes. The first place was still the human race Holy Lord, while the second place, Yuan Gu, had fallen by 2 places to the 4th place. The new second place was Bloodfiend Monarch, the third was Universe Ruler, the 4th was Yuan Gu, the 5th was Spiritual Race Master, the 6th was Luo Race Master, and the 7th was Blackblade Monarch. Every time the ranking changed, it would attract the attention of the life and death monarchs. This time was no exception. With such a big change in the top 5, everyone couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Of course, the high-level life and death monarchs who knew the truth still acknowledged this ranking. Void Ocean, Bloodfiend Mansion. When Bloodfiend Monarch saw the Universe Battle Power ranking, his face was filled with a sneer. A few days ago, he had come out of seclusion and was only a step away from the immemorial realm. His strength had increased by a lot. The human race Holy Lord is truly shameless, placing himself first. Bloodfiend Monarch sneered. In a head-on battle, he could completely suppress the human race Holy Lord. The first place should be him, the second should be Universe Ruler, and the third should be the human race Holy Lord. This ranking is a joke. Bloodfiend Monarch said coldly. At this moment, Universe Ruler transmitted a message. Bloodfiend, have you seen the Universe Battle Power ranking? Universe Ruler asked. I've seen it. It's just a joke. Bloodfiend Monarch said bluntly. Universe Ruler naturally knew the meaning behind Bloodfiend Monarch's words. He said somewhat worriedly, Bloodfiend, with the human race Holy Lord's ranking, do you think he has broken through to the immemorial realm? Hearing the words immemorial realm, Bloodfiend Monarch's expression changed slightly. However, he quickly rejected this idea. Impossible. Even the human clan's holy master is weaker than me. How could he enter the immemorial realm? Emperor Bloodfiend growled. If he wants to enter the immemorial realm, he needs the right time, the right place, and the right people. That's for the best. In a month at most, my plan will be completed. At that time, we'll join hands and massacre the human race. Universe Ruler said and cut off the connection. Bloodfiend Monarch's eyes shot out a blood-red light. Let's wait for another month. The return of the human race Holy Lord greatly boosted the morale of the human race. The human race Holy Lord and Fang Chen arrived above Green Bamboo Island. This is the territory of our sea demon race. Human, leave quickly. Before they even landed, a creation realm martial artist loudly shouted. There are no life and death emperors. I'll leave it to you. The human race Holy Lord said. Fang Chen nodded and took a step forward, landing on Green Bamboo Island. My human race's territory isn't so easy to snatch. After saying this, Fang Chen punched out, killing this person. Green Bamboo Island shook. All the sea demon clans moved to encircle Fang Chen. The strongest was only a 9th-level creation realm sea demon. They weren't Fang Chen's match at all. Peng 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 wherever the fist passed, sea demon corpses fell to the ground. An hour later, a large number of sea demons were killed by Fang Chen. Only 2 half-step life and death realm sea demons were left. Kid, who are you? You slaughtered my sea demon race. You're dead. The 2 half-step life and death realm sea demons surrounded Fang Chen, preparing to attack. Sanguinati. What Sanguinati? Hearing this, the 2 sea demons opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Didn't the intelligence say that Sanguinati was only a mid-level creation realm martial artist? How could he be so strong? Go die. The 2 sea demons attacked, their destructive power tyrannical. Kill. Facing the life and death realm Snow White skeleton, Fang Chen wasn't afraid. 2 trifling half-step life and death realm sea demons were nothing to be afraid of. When Heaven and Earth Burial Sword Art was used, the 2 sea demons unwillingly fell to the ground. In just an hour, Green Bamboo Island was recovered. After recovering Green Bamboo Island, Fang Chen notified Yin Fang to organize his affairs. He and the human race Saint Lord headed to the other islands occupied by sea demons and other races. In a short day, the human race recovered all the lost territories. The human race Saint Lord used his thunderous methods to kill several life and death realm experts. This piece of news caused a huge commotion. Especially Bloodfiend Emperor and Heaven Origin Ruler. Half. Above the Void Ocean, Blood Fiend Emperor stood in the air, glaring ahead. Saint Lord, you want to break the agreement. Agreement. Back then, my human race and your sea demon race signed a non-aggression agreement. Didn't you break the agreement? The human race Saint Lord and Blood Fiend Emperor looked at each other. Chapter 1549. Are you trying to start a race war? Blood Fiend Monarch sneered. He was certain that the human race's holy leader would consider the big picture and not start a race war. Once a race war was started, there would be no turning back. It would only end when one side was completely destroyed. A race war? I don't think there's a need for that, the human race's holy leader said indifferently. There was no worry on his face. On the contrary, he looked calm and indifferent. Blood Fiend Monarch sneered. He thought that the human race's holy leader was putting on an act. I have a feeling that the human race will completely disappear from history, Blood Fiend Monarch said. At the same time, he sent a message to Universe Dominator. Soon, he received a reply from the latter. Blood Fiend, hold on for a while. My plan is about to succeed. After receiving Universe Dominator's reply, Blood Fiend Monarch revealed a sinister smile. I want to see how strong the so-called number 1 on the universe combat power list is. His words were filled with Noah's emotions. He thought that the human race's holy leader was not worthy of being number 1 on the universe combat power list. You will despair, the human race's holy leader said. Is that so? Let's wait and see. Blood Fiend Monarch exuded an evil aura as his blood-red robe fluttered in the wind. The entire void ocean was dyed red. Blood Fiend Monarch raised his palm and a layer of blood-red waves swept over, forming a terrifying water pillar in front of him. This water pillar contained an extremely evil aura. Go! Blood Fiend Monarch clenched his fist and the terrifying water pillar in front of his chest carried a vast amount of power as it rushed towards the human race's holy leader. At the same time, within the 3 sacred grounds. At the same time, there were exclamations. The leaders of the 3 sacred grounds and Black Blade Monarch exclaimed. What's going on? Who ripples appeared in the void as the 4 great leaders appeared. When they saw the terrifying water pillar attacking the human race's holy leader, their faces turned solemn. Blood Fiend Monarch's strength has increased again, Yuan Jiu said in a low voice. What should we do? Do we need help? Black Blade Monarch asked. It's too late, the leader of the Luo clan said. Rumble rumble, the human race's holy leader stood there quietly and motionlessly, allowing the water pillar to hit him. Hiss hiss, the water pillar crashed into the human holy leader's body and dissipated. Suddenly, an aura that made one's heart palpitate appeared between heaven and earth. The 4 giants' expressions changed drastically as they stared at the Saint Lord of the human clan with their eyes wide open. The human clan's holy master released the aura of the eternal ancient realm, and the color of the sky changed. At this moment, all the martial artists in the lower realm felt their hearts tremble. Monarch Blood Fiend, who was about to continue his attack, was shocked when he sensed the aura. How is the eternal realm possible? Blood Fiend Emperor cried out. Crash! Without saying another word, Sovereign Emperor Blood Fiend tore open the void and fled. You can't escape. The human clan's saint leader said softly as he reached out his hand. His arm expanded as he dived into the void ocean. Crash! Raging waves surged in the void ocean. The 4 giants were incomparably shocked. The 4 giants looked at each other in shock. Crack! Monarch Blood Fiend was stopped by the sacred leader of the human race. Scram! Blood Fiend Monarch used his trump card and punched out. Crack! The human clan's saint leader grabbed Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch's fist and pulled forcefully, breaking one of Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch's arms. Ah! Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch roared at the sky. At the cost of losing an arm, he escaped again. His body turned into a monstrous wave of blood as he quickly headed for the alien base. Hegemon Chen Yuan, there's a change of plans. The human clan's saint leader has broken through to the eternal ancient realm. Hegemon Chen Yuan was setting up a formation in the alien base when he suddenly heard Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch's voice transmission. What? Hegemon Chen Yuan jumped to his feet, his expression changing drastically. Eternal ancient realm. The worst thing had happened. The human clan's saint leader had broken through to the eternal ancient realm. They had lost the battle before it even began. Damn it. Hegemon Chen Yuan gritted his teeth and bit his finger, dripping a drop of blood on the formation. Buzz. The formation was instantly activated. A terrifying aura spread out. Hegemon Chen Yuan had obtained this formation from an ancient ruin. Crash. A monstrous wave of blood descended. Monarch Bloodfiend Monarch reverted to his human form and arrived in front of Hegemon Chen Yuan. An eternal ancient realm expert isn't someone you and I can fight against. This formation can send us into chaotic space, Hegemon Chen Yuan explained. There's no time. Hurry up. I hate it. Monarch Bloodfiend Monarch's heart burned with anger. He had never expected the human clan's saint leader to break through to the eternal ancient realm at this critical moment. Once they stepped into the formation, it meant that the alien race and the oceanic monsters would be completely wiped out. This was a huge blow to them. There's no time. Hegemon Chen Yuan grabbed Monarch Bloodfiend Monarch and entered the formation. Buzz. The formation activated and began to spin rapidly. At this moment, the human clan's saint leader arrived. Trying to escape. The human clan's saint leader punched out lightly, and the formation instantly shattered. However, Hegemon Chen Yuan and Monarch Bloodfiend Monarch had already disappeared. The human clan's saint leader closed his eyes and spread out his divine sense, enveloping the entire lower realm. However, he didn't find any traces of aura left behind in the formation. In the end, he concluded that the two must have used the formation to escape into chaotic space. Life and death realm martial artists entering chaotic space have a 90% chance of survival, the human clan's saint leader said indifferently. Moreover, once lost, they would be eternally exiled in chaotic space. After dealing with the two giants, the human clan's saint leader returned to the human clan's sacred land. This day was the most important day for the human clan. It was enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Under the human clan's attack, the oceanic monster race and the alien races were completely destroyed. The human clan had become the absolute ruler of the lower realm. Most of the oceanic monster race and the alien races had surrendered, but the human clan's saint leader didn't order them to be killed. Instead, he trapped them in some danger zones to temper the human clan's martial artists. Green Bamboo Island regained its former prosperity. Fang Chen appeared on Green Bamboo Island as the island lord. After Fang Chen's improvements, the Green Bamboo Formation's power had grown even stronger. It had become a Dao-protecting formation, while Nile and Qiu Xin were in charge of controlling it. Fang Chen took all his family and friends back to Green Bamboo Island, and then took the old faker back. Looking at the dispirited old faker, Fang Chen's heart was bleeding. "Old faker, how are you?" Fang Chen asked. The old faker's branches swayed, and he said in a hoarse voice, "I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while. I heard from the saint leader that your main body was cut off, and your cultivation path was cut off. You will never be able to step into the immortal realm," Fang Chen said, trying hard to suppress the agitation in his heart. Hearing this, the old faker fell into silence. After a long while, he smiled. "It's no big deal. I'm already very satisfied that I can grow to this level," the old faker said with a smile. Fang Chen shook his head, clenched his fists, and said seriously, "Old faker, don't worry. I will find a way to help you recover." Fang Chen. The old faker sighed and said. After settling the old faker down, Fang Chen left. In just a few months, the human clan completely controlled the lower world. All the warriors were cheering, and at the same time, some forbidden lands were opened to ordinary warriors. There were many prisons in these forbidden lands. A large number of prisoners of the Sea Demon clan and other races were locked up in the prisons. Many warriors poured into the forbidden lands. The lower world regained its peace. On this day, Realm Lord Fu Mo summoned Fang Chen. "In the garden of Realm Lord Fu Mo, Realm Lord, you asked for me?" Fang Chen asked. Realm Lord Fu Mo nodded, and then said, "The human clan's saint leader has reached the immortal realm. It should be all thanks to you, right?" Fang Chen smiled and said nothing. "Do you feel that the saint leader has changed?" Realm Lord Fu Mo suddenly asked. "He has changed. After entering the immortal realm, he has been reborn. It's normal that he has changed, Fang Chen said. Realm Lord Fu Mo shook his head. That day, when the saint leader attacked Bloodfiend Emperor, I secretly watched. I vaguely felt that there was a very deliberate aura on him, but I can't tell what it is, Realm Lord Fu Mo said. Tell me in detail what happened on the bipolar iceberg, Realm Lord Fu Mo asked. Chapter 1550. Fang Chen told Realm Lord Fuming Demon in detail what he'd seen. The latter pondered for a moment and then said seriously, "Be careful." "I know." After hearing Realm Lord Fu Mo's words, Fang Chen was also full of doubts. Thinking back to the previous scene, it was indeed a little unbelievable. After chatting with Realm Lord Fu Mo for an hour, Fang Chen finally left Fu Mo World and returned to the human clan's sacred land. After the human clan unified the lower realm, the development of Green Bamboo Island was on the right track. It was time to go to the Luo clan's sacred land. The human clan's sacred land had a teleportation formation that led directly to the Luo clan's sacred land. With Fang Chen's current status, he could use the teleportation formation directly. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, Fang Chen disappeared from the teleportation formation. Luo clan's sacred land, teleportation formation. Yes, from the human clan's sacred land. The two warriors guarding the teleportation formation were a little surprised and discussed. I wonder who it is. The teleportation formation opened and Fang Chen walked out. It's Lord Shui, the guard said with a smile. Sanguinati's name was well known in the lower realm. Everyone in the younger generation knew about him. He was the strongest among the younger generation in the mortal universe. I want to see the Luo clan's saintess. Please inform her, Fang Chen said. Okay, I'll inform her now. The guard left quickly and hurried back in a short while. Lord Shui, the saintess is in seclusion. The elder asked you to go first. On the way, Fang Chen met some acquaintances. Sanguinati. A beautiful figure walked toward him. She was Luo Feng'er, who Fang Chen had met once in the ancestral land. The first time he met Luo Feng'er, Fang Chen fought with her. He chased after Luo Feng'er for a long time. Why did you come to the Luo clan's sacred land? Luo Feng'er asked with a puzzled look. I want to see the saintess. Fang Chen didn't hide it. You want to see the saintess? Luo Feng'er asked with wide eyes. What, is there a problem? Seeing Luo Feng'er's expression, Fang Chen asked. Luo Feng'er walked over to Fang Chen with light steps. A fragrance instantly assaulted his nose. There are too many martial artists who wish to meet our clan's holy maiden. For the sake of face, the patriarch can't make an appearance. However, in order to stop most of the martial artists, the clan has a rule. If you want to meet the holy maiden, you have to defeat at least 3 elders in the clan. Luo Feng'er explained. Hearing this, Fang Chen frowned. If there were 3 life and death elders, how could they have defeated them? Fang Chen asked. Look at you. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Let's go, I'll take you there. Luo Feng'er led Fang Chen to the great elder's residence. Provoked by the human clan's holy master, the Luo clan leader went into seclusion to break through to the eternal ancient realm. The holy maiden was also in seclusion. Therefore, the first elder was in charge of all matters of the Luo clan. I've heard a lot about you, Lord of Blood Island. Now that I've met you, I can see that you live up to your reputation, the first elder said with a smile. With his position, he naturally knew some secrets. It was rumored that the reason the human clan's holy master was able to enter the eternal ancient realm was closely related to Sanguinati. Sanguinati was the genius that the human clan's holy master valued the most. His position was extraordinary, and the Luo clan naturally treated him with respect. First elder, Sanguinati wishes to meet the holy maiden, Luo Feng'er said from the side. The first elder nodded. He had already known. Sanguinati, you know the rules of our clan. If you want to meet the holy maiden, you have to defeat 3 elders. The first elder said, but don't worry, the 3 elders aren't too strong. 2 of them are half-step life and death realm, and 1 is at the first layer of life and death realm. If I defeat 3, I can meet the holy maiden, Fang Chen said. In truth, He was incomparably nervous. His mother only existed in his memories, and he had yet to see her. Correct, if you defeat 3, you can meet the Holy Maiden. The first elder said, when do you plan to act? Right now. Not long after, a piece of news spread throughout the Luo clan's holy land. Green Bamboo Island's master, Sanguinati, had come to meet the Holy Maiden and challenge the 3 elders. Hearing this news, the Luo clan's clansmen were all shaken. This was especially true for Luo Qinghan and the others. They had interacted with Fang Chen before. Sanguinati has come to meet the Holy Maiden. Luo Qinghan, who was cultivating, was slightly startled. After thinking for a moment, he stopped cultivating and headed to the martial stage. In 15 minutes, the martial stage was packed with people. Standing at the very front were the Luo clan's young geniuses. Luo Qinghan, Luo Feng'er, Luo Chen, Luo Xia, and the others. Sanguinati. Seeing Sanguinati arrive, Luo Qinghan and the others took the initiative to greet him. Sanguinati, I didn't think that you would also come to meet the Holy Maiden. Luo Qinghan smiled. Sanguinati, I heard that you killed the Yuan clan's Yuan Ming. You really vented your anger. Good job, Sanguinati, I support you. After greeting the geniuses of the Luo clan, Fang Chen walked up to the martial stage. Sounds of discussion could be heard from the crowd below. He is Sanguinati, who is at the 8th level of the creation realm. How dare he challenge the elders of our clan? Don't underestimate this person. His combat power can't be determined by his cultivation level. Yes, Bloodsword Saint has great potential. He even killed Yuan Ming of the Yuan race in the ancestral land of inheritance. I have to say that the human clan's holy master thinks highly of Sanguinati. Otherwise, Yuan Jiyu wouldn't have let him go. Many people didn't think highly of Sanguinati. No matter what, he was still a creation realm warrior. He might be able to deal with a half-step life and death realm elder, but a creation realm warrior couldn't be compared to a true life and death realm warrior. Luo Qinghan and the others, who were standing at the front, stared at Fang Chen with their eyes wide open. Any miracle could happen to Sanguinati. Maybe he can really defeat a life and death realm elder. Luo Qinghan muttered to himself. In his mind, the scene of Fang Chen killing the Sea Demon clan's prodigy in front of the reception hall appeared. Splash! The first elder jumped onto the martial stage. A dense aura emanated from his body. It was extremely terrifying. He wanted to suppress Fang Chen with his power, but Fang Chen didn't care. Sanguinati, don't blame me for not warning you. Weapons have no eyes in battle. If I hurt you, don't blame me for being ruthless, the elder said. Elder, please attack. Fang Chen nodded. Ha! The half-step life and death realm elder roared and suddenly released his aura. In the next moment, his body flashed and a dense milky white aura appeared in his palm. Kill. The elder clenched his fist and punched at Fang Chen's head like a mountain. Fang Chen raised his head. His pitch-black eyes looked at the elder who was charging at him menacingly. Too weak. Fang Chen shook his head. Compared to the snow-white skeleton, this elder was really too weak. Boom. Fang Chen's fist was covered in black flames. The flames were mixed with purple light as he punched out without any warning. Dong. The two fists collided and a dazzling light burst out, causing the martial stage to tremble. The black flames instantly swept out and enveloped the elder. What's going on? Below, everyone opened their eyes wide, wanting to see what was happening inside the flames. However, at this moment, a figure flew out of the flames and fell to the ground with a bang. Everyone subconsciously thought that Sanguinati had been defeated. However, when they saw the person's face, they burst into an uproar. How is this possible? How can Sanguinati be so strong? Elder was actually defeated, and in such a thorough manner. Sanguinati is too strong. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Only now did they realize how powerful Sanguinati was. Luo Qinghan and the others at the front curled their lips. It seems that Sanguinati obtained a lot of benefits in the reception hall, said Luo Xia. He likes to show off. Luo Feng'er snorted and whispered. Luo Qinghan shook his head. The gap between him and Sanguinati was getting bigger and bigger. It was too difficult to catch up. On the martial stage, the flames dissipated. Fang Chen turned to look at the First Elder, who was in a daze, and reminded, "First Elder, does this count as my win?" Hearing this, the First Elder woke up from his shock and said, "Sanguinati wins the first round." The First Elder's words were full of surprise. He did not expect Sanguinati to be so strong. The second elder to enter the martial stage was called Luo Wo. "Sanguinati, go back to Green Bamboo Island obediently. The Luo clan's sacred ground is not a place for you to behave atrociously." Elder Luo Wo's face was gloomy and a little angry. Sanguinati had shown off in the Luo clan's sacred ground and defeated their elder. This was a slap to the Luo clan's face. Chapter 1551. Within the Luo clan, there were many factions. The fighting and scheming between the factions was extremely frightening. Fortunately, the Luo clan's clan leader was suppressing them, so the factions under him did not care about fighting too openly. However, even so, there were still frequent conflicts between the factions. It wasn't without reason that the Luo clan had fallen to such a state. The conflict between the factions was one of the reasons. Luo Wo's faction was led by the second elder. The second elder often went against the great elder. This time, the great elder brought Sanguinati to challenge the three elders. The second elder naturally placed the second elder in the great elder's faction. Moreover, there was another reason for dealing with Sanguinati. Luo Wo's eyes were scarlet red as she stared at Sanguinati, wishing she could tear him apart. "Let's begin," Fang Chen said indifferently. "Kill." The moment Luo Wo made his move, he took out his grade 9 weapon. Waterfire sword, Luo Wo's grade 9 weapon. In the lower realm, grade 9 weapons were already considered super powerful weapons. Luo Wo's cultivation base was high, and with the grade 9 weapon, he instantly suppressed Fang Chen. Rumble, flames spewed out from the waterfire sword, enveloping Fang Chen. "Sanguinati, you're only SOSO. If you have the ability, come out of my flame cage." On the martial stage, Luo Wo held the waterfire sword and sneered. Below, Luo Chen inwardly cursed. Elder Luo Wo's flame cage is extremely powerful. Even life and death experts aren't willing to face it. Elder Luo Wo is bullying him. His cultivation base is high, and he even took out the waterfire sword. Luo Feng'er snorted, extremely dissatisfied with Elder Luo Wo. Luo Qinghan didn't say anything. His intuition told him that Sanguinati should have the ability to escape from the flame cage. On the martial stage, raging flames engulfed the entire martial stage. Fang Chen was trapped within. Countless flames condensed into solid sword lights that pierced toward Fang Chen. Hearing Elder Luo Wo's voice outside the flame cage, Fang Chen sneered. Then, with a thought, the undying flame spread out. "You want to compete in flames with me?" The aura of the undying flame was released, instantly suppressing the flame cage. The undying flame was the king of all flames in the world. When the undying flame appeared, the flames in the cage started to scatter, as if they were frightened. Outside, Elder Luo Wo was preparing to increase the power of the flame cage. However, a sudden change occurred. What happened? He felt that he could no longer control the flame cage. What the hell is going on? He tried his best to activate the fire and water sword, but the flames in the flame cage were getting smaller and smaller. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Fang Chen was surrounded by the undying flame, which was overbearing and fierce. It was rapidly absorbing the flames inside the cage. A few breaths later, the flame cage disappeared. The undying flame revolved around Fang Chen. All the martial artists below were shocked once again. How is this possible? Elder Luo Wo cried out. Feeling the flames on Fang Chen's body, he actually wanted to retreat. "This is an illusion to confuse me," Elder Luo Wo shouted in his heart as he slashed out with the fire and water sword. The first elder, who was watching the battle, recognized the undying flame. He looked at Fang Chen with eyes full of surprise. "It's actually the undying flame. This kid is really powerful," the first elder praised. On the other hand, the second elder's face was gloomy as killing intent was hidden in the depths of his eyes. "It's time to end this." Fang Chen took out the red glass sword. He used the burial of heaven and earth sword art, and a terrifying red sword light shattered Elder Luo Wo's attack before hitting the fire and water sword. Crack. A crack appeared on the red glass sword's body. As expected of a rank 9 divine weapon. It's a pity that the wielder is too weak. Fang Chen shook his head as he stepped forward and kicked Elder Luo Wo away. Dong. Elder Luo Wo's body fell below the martial stage. Damn it. Elder Luo Wo went crazy and charged onto the martial stage, but he was stopped by the first elder. Elder Luo Wo, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? The first elder scolded. Elder Luo Wo's face was filled with unwillingness, but after seeing the second elder's eyes, he snorted and walked off the martial stage. Defeating 2 half-step life and death realm elders in a row had shaken the entire Luo clan. All the martial artists were discussing sanguinati. Ch, consider yourself lucky. But let's see how you'll defeat the third elder. The second elder inwardly said, blades and spears have no eyes. If he cripples or kills you in battle, even the human clan's Saint Lord won't be able to say anything. The second elder transmitted his voice to the third elder. The latter lightly nodded and walked onto the martial stage. Kid, although you're strong and have few opponents in the younger generation, life and death realm is still life and death realm. However, fortune realm is fortune realm. There is an insurmountable gap between it and life and death realm. Elder Luo Ming said. Is that so? Fang Chen shrugged, showing that he didn't care. It wasn't like he hadn't faced life and death realm experts before. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Elder Luo Ming didn't say anything and directly attacked. His strength wasn't something Luo Wo could compare to. Elder Luo Ming opened his palm and a trace of the power of the law appeared. The law energy. Feeling the terror of the law energy, the crowd below the martial stage had a drastic change in expression and quickly retreated. Only Fang Chen faced it head-on. Go to hell. Seeing that Fang Chen was about to charge over, Elder Luo Ming clenched his fist and punched at Fang Chen with the law energy in his fist. Crack. The terrifying fist smashed onto Fang Chen's body and the law energy instantly corroded his body. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, Fang Chen's body dissipated. Elder Luo Ming, who had a joyful expression, was furious. He had only hit Sanguinati's afterimage. Where did he go? Elder Luo Ming was a little shocked. He couldn't detect Sanguinati's figure at all. The first elder and second elder stood up at the same time, their faces filled with shock. This kid should have used a space-related true intent, but why can't I detect a trace of it? The first elder was shocked. Even a high-grade space-related true intent couldn't disappear without a trace in front of a life and death realm sovereign. Could it be a transcendent grade true intent? The first elder guessed. Shortly after, he shook his head and denied his own thoughts. He had seen a transcendent grade true intent before. A life and death realm sovereign's spiritual sense was extremely sharp. Even if there was a trace of movement, they would be able to detect it. Thinking of this, the first elder's heart was in turmoil. His eyes widened as he stared at the void. Peerless true intent. The first elder's heart trembled. If Sanguinati truly possessed a peerless true intent, then it would be too heaven-defying. At the same time, the second elder also thought of this point. His eyes were sharp as he stared at the void. While everyone was still in shock, Fang Chen's figure appeared out of nowhere. Swish. Using the heaven and earth burial sword art, the red glass sword ruthlessly stabbed towards Elder Luo Ming's back. You're courting death. Sensing Fang Chen's appearance, Elder Luo Ming's law power surged and blasted towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen disappeared once again, and Elder Luo Ming's attack missed. Damn it. Sanguinati, do you only know how to dodge? Elder Luo Ming roared furiously. In the martial arts field, everyone was dumbfounded. Sanguinati's concealment ability was too strong. Even a life and death realm sovereign like Elder Luo Ming couldn't detect his location. In the void, Fang Chen's spacetime true intent spread out. The energy in his body transformed into the spacetime cultivation system's energy. Then, he used the spacetime book. Let's end this. If he didn't use the spacetime cultivation system's energy, it would be very difficult to defeat a life and death realm sovereign. Rumble, after using the Spacetime book, Fang Chen merged with spacetime as one. From time to time, Elder Luo Ming would stab out a sword in the void. 15 minutes later, Elder Luo Ming was battered and exhausted. There were several injuries on his body, and blood was constantly flowing out. His eyes were scarlet, and he was burning with anger. I don't believe that you can hide in the void forever. Elder Luo Ming fell into madness, crazily attacking the surrounding void. It was almost impossible for a spacetime cultivation system martial artist to be discovered after merging with spacetime. Luo Ming fell into madness, revealing many flaws. Fang Chen seized the opportunity and used the Heaven and Earth Burial Sword art. A powerful attack emerged. The red glass sword pierced into Luo Ming's arm. Crack! Luo Ming, who was in a frenzy, punched the red glass sword with his broken arm. Suddenly, the red glass sword shattered. His body flew out and fell below the martial arts field. Sanguinati, I'm going to kill you. Chapter 1552. There was a huge gap between life and death realm and creation realm. It was hard to make up for it with secret techniques. Luo Ming was a first-level life and death realm elder. Although he wasn't the strongest among the elders, he wasn't someone a creation realm martial artist could compare to. But now, he was defeated by an 8th-level creation realm martial artist. Luo Ming couldn't accept it. He crawled up from the ground and roared. His body flashed and he jumped onto the stage. His aura exploded as he wanted to kill Fang Chen. Are all the people of Luo clan like you? Fang Chen sneered and said with disdain. How could an elder of Luo clan, a life and death realm martial artist, be so petty? Hearing his words, Luo Ming's face turned sinister. His killing intent surged as he said coldly, I haven't admitted defeat. Let's continue the battle. Luo Ming felt that he was careless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been defeated by Sanguinati. He wanted to regain his face. Since that's the case, I'll make sure you lose even more thoroughly. Fang Chen's body disappeared into thin air as soon as he finished his words. This move again. Elder Luo Ming was prepared for Fang Chen's attack. Seeing Fang Chen hiding in the void, Elder Luo Ming's face was full of mockery. After suffering a loss last time, Elder Luo Ming had learned his lesson this time. After Fang Chen disappeared, he didn't rush to attack. Instead, he defended himself. He knew that Fang Chen would definitely launch a sneak attack on him. All he had to do was wait here patiently. Moreover, he was confident that if he defended himself with all his might, Fang Chen wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Behind Elder Luo Ming, ripples appeared. Then, Fang Chen appeared silently. The sword in his hand emitted a dazzling sword light as it pierced towards Elder Luo Ming. Just in time. Elder Luo Ming sneered. He had been waiting for Sanguinati to appear. He had been waiting for this moment. Die! Elder Luo Ming used his trump card. Above the stage, a terrifying aura filled the air. Whoosh! The sword light was enveloped by the terrifying aura and dissipated. Elder Luo Ming's attack landed on Fang Chen's body. While Fang Chen's figure once again disappeared into the void. Sanguinati, I don't believe that you'll keep hiding in the void. Elder Luo Ming gradually gained control of the battle and laughed heartily. On the other side of the martial arts arena, the second elder frowned. Sanguinati's concealment technique was very strong. If he wanted to conceal himself, Elder Luo Ming would not be able to find him. In that case, the battle would never end. The second elder turned to the first elder and said, First elder, as you can see, Sanguinati has been dodging the entire time. How is this a battle? One had to know that it was Sanguinati who had challenged the elders of the Luo clan to meet the Saintus. And now, he was constantly dodging, which caused many people of the Luo clan to be dissatisfied. Second elder, I'm sure you know how strong Sanguinati is. On the other hand, Elder Luo Ming clearly lost the battle, but he still refused to admit defeat shamelessly. The first elder said in a deep voice. Fang Chen heard the conversation between the first elder and second elder clearly. At this moment, Elder Luo Ming's arrogant voice could be heard. From which Fang Chen, who was in the void, snorted coldly. Immediately, a strong spacetime aura emanated from his body. The true meaning of spacetime, which was at the peak of rank 8, was activated to the extreme. Immediately after, he displayed the divine skill, Book of Spacetime. Buzz. Fang Chen's figure jumped continuously, which gave people a very shocking feeling. Elder Luo Ming widened his eyes. Although he saw Sanguinati close to him, he could not touch Sanguinati's clothes no matter how he attacked. Damn it! Elder Luo Ming roared in his heart as he attacked the surrounding void crazily. Dong! Fang Chen kicked Elder Luo Ming away forcefully. The latter did not even have the chance to fight back. Bang! Elder Luo Ming's body fell heavily to the ground. Ah! Elder Luo Ming was indignant as he roared into the sky. He had been kicked away by a rank 8 creation realm martial artist twice in a row. How could he face others? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? The first elder frowned slightly and said unhappily. Although Elder Luo Ming was under the second elder's control, the first elder's words were still very authoritative. Now that the Luo clan leader was in seclusion, the first elder was in charge of all matters in the Luo clan. He was equivalent to the acting clan leader of the Luo clan and held a high position. Even the second elder only went against the first elder secretly. On the surface, he still had to give face to the first elder. The first elder's reprimand made Elder Luo Ming feel extremely ashamed. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. First elder, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Elder Luo Ming cupped his fists and quickly left the square. Elder Luo Ming's departure meant that Sanguinati, who was at rank 8 creation realm, had defeated 3 Luo clan elders consecutively. After passing the checkpoint, he could see the Saintess. First elder, did I pass? Fang Chen turned his head and looked at the first elder. The first elder smiled and nodded his head. Seeing this, Fang Chen's heart pounded. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Finally, he could see his mother. When can I see the Saintess? Fang Chen asked. Lord Blood Island, the Saintess is in seclusion. If you have nothing else, you can wait at the sacred ground of the Luo clan. Once the Saintess comes out of seclusion, I'll bring you to see her immediately. The first elder was very polite to Fang Chen. This was because he had guessed something from Fang Chen's battle. Sanguinati could possibly possess an unparalleled true meaning. Such a martial artist had great potential and was worthy of being roped in by the Luo clan. All right, I'll have to trouble the first elder. Fang Chen nodded his head. You're welcome, Lord Blood Island. The first elder waved his hand and called Luo Qinghan and the rest over. You youngsters should interact with Lord Blood Island and improve your relationship. The first elder's intention was obvious. He wanted Luo Qinghan and the rest to befriend Sanguinati. Don't worry, first elder. I'll take good care of Sanguinati. Luo Qinghan smiled. During the time he spent with Sanguinati in the ancestral land, Luo Qinghan felt that Sanguinati was a person who valued friendship and was worth befriending. All right, you can all leave now, the first elder said. After a while, the crowd in the square dispersed. However, Sanguinati's actions caused a stir in the sacred ground of the Luo clan. All the youngsters regarded Sanguinati as their goal. Brother Blood, this is your first time in the sacred ground of the Luo clan. I'll show you around, Luo Qinghan said. Fang Chen nodded his head. Luo Qinghan walked in front and led the way. Luo Feng walked lightly to Fang Chen's side with a smile on her face. Sanguinati, I didn't expect you to be so strong. When Fang Chen heard this, he scratched his head awkwardly. When he first met Luo Feng in the ancestral land, he had chased after Luo Feng for a long time. Brother Blood, you're too strong. I really admire you. Can you give me some pointers? Luo Chen said with a smile. The sacred ground of the Luo clan was different from the sacred ground of the human race. There was only one style in the sacred ground of the human race, and that was cultivation. Usually, the entire sacred ground of the human race was dead silent. Not a single cultivator could be seen. They were all in closed-door cultivation. The cultivators in the sacred ground were all focused on cultivation. However, the sacred ground of the Luo clan was different. The cultivators here were more active, especially the younger generation. They often gathered together and exchanged pointers. Because the saint was in closed-door cultivation, Fang Chen temporarily stayed in the Luo clan. Almost every day, Luo Qinghan would come to find Fang Chen to exchange pointers. Such an opponent was hard to find, so Luo Qinghan naturally wouldn't let him go. Fang Chen liked Luo Qinghan's character, so he naturally wouldn't reject his request. Speaking of which, it was strange. Under Fang Chen's training, Luo Qinghan's strength had clearly improved. This discovery made Luo Qinghan very excited. "Brother Blood, you're really my benefactor. If only you were always in the Luo clan." Luo Qinghan stopped cultivating and chuckled. If he could always fight with an expert like Sanguinati, it wouldn't be long before he could touch the threshold of law. Perhaps he could even step into the life and death realm. Unfortunately, he knew that this was impossible. Shaking his head and collecting his thoughts, Luo Qinghan brought Fang Chen and continued to wander around the Luo clan's sacred ground. Such days continued for half a month. There was finally news from the first elder. "Blood Island Lord, the saint has come out of closed-door cultivation. Quickly come to Colored Glass Palace." Great Elder transmitted his voice to Fang Chen. After hearing this, the latter was ecstatic. "Brother Luo, I can't accompany you." With that, he activated the space-time true meaning and arrived in front of Colored Glass Palace at lightning speed. Colored Glass Palace was an important place in the Luo clan's sacred ground. Ordinary warriors weren't qualified to enter at all. This was where the saint lived. However, with Great Elder's advance notice, Fang Chen wasn't stopped. "Great Elder, how is it?" Seeing Great Elder waiting for him from afar, Fang Chen asked excitedly. "Sanguinati, the saint has just come out of closed-door cultivation. Wait here. I'll go in and ask the saint for her opinion," Great Elder said. Although he was the Great Elder, Colored Glass Palace was the saint's territory. He had no right to interfere. Colored Glass Palace. "Great Elder." The saintess opened her eyes and spoke when she saw the first elder enter. The saint of the Luo clan had a peerless appearance. There was an aura of a superior being coming from his body. "Saint, while you were in closed-door cultivation, Green Bamboo Island Lord Sanguinati came to the Luo clan's sacred ground to meet you," Great Elder said. "He defeated 3 elders and passed the test. I'm here to ask for your opinion," Great Elder added. Hearing this, the Holy Maiden's fair face revealed a trace of surprise. "Green Bamboo Island Lord hasn't entered the life and death realm yet, right?" "Not yet. He defeated 3 elders with his cultivation at the 8th level of the creation realm," said the Grand Elder. "Oh, if that's the case, I'd like to meet him." The saint blinked and laughed. Defeating life and death realm warriors with creation realm cultivation base was definitely a genius. At least, the younger generation of the Luo clan's sacred ground couldn't do it. "Let him in," the saint said softly. Outside Colored Glass Palace, Fang Chen waited anxiously. He was nervous and apprehensive. At this moment, Great Elder came out. "Blood Island Lord, the saint wants you in," Great Elder said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was extremely excited. Chapter 1553. Step by step, Fang Chen walked towards the Lapis Lazuli Palace. He was extremely nervous. The more he cultivated, the more he merged with the soul of the original owner of this body. He had completely inherited the memories of the original owner. Deep in his heart, he still longed for his mother. Even though his parents on Earth were his real parents, they were still his biological parents. However, no one could understand this feeling. The path of martial arts was called cultivation, but it was better to say that it was cultivation of the heart. Cultivation of the heart was a very important process. Any warrior who wanted to reach the peak of martial arts must cultivate the heart to a certain level. And this step was the process of Fang Chen's heart cultivation. Dong. The golden heart beat with the ups and downs of Fang Chen's emotions. It seemed like a short path, but to Fang Chen, it was extremely long. Every step he took felt like he was crossing a century. Fang Chen didn't know when he arrived at the entrance of the Lapis Lazuli Palace. He stopped in his tracks and raised his head. His pitch-black eyes looked at the golden plaque above the main hall. There were 3 bold and powerful words on it: Lapis Lazuli Palace. In the depths of his mind, The deepest memories were awakened. He tried hard to suppress the nervousness in his heart. He took a deep breath and immediately took a step forward and entered the lapis lazuli palace. The lapis lazuli palace was the palace of the Luo clan's holy maiden. It was also an important place of the Luo clan. Unless one had the approval of the clan leader or the holy maiden, one could enter. The lapis lazuli palace occupied a large area and was very spacious inside. After Fang Chen entered, he looked around and found that it was very simple, but it gave him a very familiar feeling. A familiar aura. The depths of Fang Chen's mind trembled. He didn't know why, but he felt that this aura was very familiar. At a glance, he saw a woman in green sitting quietly on one side of the palace. Fang Chen's arrival attracted the woman's attention. A smile appeared on the woman's fair face. She was about to speak when she paused. The smile on her face instantly froze. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she stared straight at Fang Chen. Fang Chen looked at the woman in green. His golden heart beat rapidly. He couldn't suppress his emotions and poured out in an instant. He took heavy steps towards the green-clothed woman. The latter stood up, her delicate body trembling slightly. "You!" The green-clothed woman couldn't believe her eyes. "Fang family, Fang Chen." Fang Chen finally mustered up his courage and spoke with a smile when he arrived in front of the green-clothed woman. The green-robed lady's body trembled as tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. It had been so long that even she had forgotten the time. She had thought that she would never see her son again in this lifetime. Who would have thought that his son was right in front of him? This isn't an illusion. The lady shook her head vigorously. She wanted to confirm that this was not an illusion. This was real. Seeing this, Fang Chen pulled his mother into his arms. The blood in their bodies throbbed, and when they embraced each other, their blood resonated. "Mother, I finally found you," Fang Chen said, his words full of bitterness and joy. When he was in the ancient Sword Continent, the Shungfeng country he was in was just a small place. However, from then on, Fang Chen made up his mind to find his mother in this life. Every time he went to a new place, the first thing Fang Chen did was to inquire about his mother's whereabouts. It wasn't until he entered the purgatory and met Lingyu, a young disciple of the Ling clan, that he learned that his mother was most likely the Luo clan saintess. At that time, Fang Chen knew the gap between him and the Shen clan. Therefore, he suppressed the excitement in his heart and worked hard to improve his cultivation. And now, he thought that he was qualified to step into the Luo clan's sacred land. "Chen I'm not dreaming, am I?" Luo Liuli cried tears of joy. She hugged Fang Chen tightly, afraid that her son would disappear in front of her eyes. When she was forced to leave the Shungfeng country, her son had just been born. All these years, she had been thinking about her son in her heart. And now, she finally got her wish and saw her son. "Mother. Chen I'm so happy. Even in my dreams, I wondered when I would be able to see you again. Now, my wish has finally come true." Luo Liuli cried. The mother and son hugged each other and talked about all the things that had happened in the past few years. The feelings that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly erupted. Fang Chen felt much better. This atmosphere lasted for 6 hours. Luo Liuli left Fang Chen's embrace. She pulled Fang Chen's hand and sat on a stool. "Chen you really surprised me." Luo Liuli smiled. It had been a long time since she smiled so happily. She was really happy now. "Chen I really didn't expect you to grow to this extent." Fang Chen chuckled and didn't say anything. "My son is really promising." At such a young age, he became the strongest expert of the lower realm's younger generation. Moreover, he defeated a life-and-death sovereign emperor with the fortune scripture. Most importantly, he's the youngest island master in this era. Luo Liuli smiled with gratification. As a mother, she was naturally happy that her son was so promising. However, before this, Luo Liuli hadn't connected sanguinity with her son, Fang Chen. Not even in her dreams would she have thought that her son's strength would rise so quickly. Luo Liuli gently rubbed Fang Chen's head, an uncontrollable smile on her face. "Son, it's been hard on you these past few years." "Mother, it's not hard on me. It's hard on you, Fang Chen said. He knew that his mother had sacrificed a lot in the Luo clan. Becoming a holy maiden didn't give her much freedom. Where's your father? Luo Lioli suddenly asked. My father is on Green Bamboo Island. Mother, do you want to go see him? Fang Chen asked. Only now did he remember that his father was waiting for him on Green Bamboo Island. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Luo Lioli's expression changed. She shook her head and said, It's not convenient for me right now. I'll go when I have time. Fang Chen was a bit puzzled. Could it be that his mother didn't want to see his father? His father was an ordinary warrior. It was impossible for him to see his mother. Even with his own face, he couldn't casually bring an outsider to the Luo clan. So the only solution was for his mother to go to Green Bamboo Island. Mother, could it be that there's something you can't tell me? Fang Chen asked. Luo Lioli shook her head, seemingly unwilling to say. It's nothing. Mother, your son isn't young anymore. I have the ability to solve your problems. If there's anything, you can tell me. Fang Chen said, If your son can't solve it, I can go find someone to help. I'm sure I can help you. Seeing her son's resolute gaze, Luo Lioli sighed and said, It's not that I don't want to go. On the contrary, I really want to go. But as the Luo clan's holy maiden, unless I'm in the sacred land, I can move freely. My authority is even greater than the Grand Elders. But I can't leave the Luo clan's sacred land. This is the ancestral teachings. Hearing this, Fang Chen understood. The ancestral teachings couldn't be disobeyed, let alone the ancestral teachings of the three god clans. They couldn't be disobeyed. Even if his mother was the holy maiden, she wouldn't dare to openly disobey the ancestral teachings. It was infuriating. Luo Lioli didn't dare to disobey the ancestral teachings mainly because of Fang Chen and his son. The Luo clan has a divine art that was left behind by our ancestors. Only the holy maiden and the clan leader can cultivate it. Luo Lioli said, This divine art is very difficult to cultivate. It requires an extremely rich bloodline of the Luo clan to cultivate it. The richer the bloodline, the easier it is to cultivate it. But the Luo clan has been established for countless years. From the glory of the Luo clan to the present, the bloodline power of each generation has become thinner and thinner. Now, the bloodline of the Luo clan's disciples is so thin that it makes people sigh. Luo Lioli continued, My bloodline is considered very rich in the Luo clan, but I haven't made much progress in cultivating this divine art. Fang Chen understood from Luo Lioli's words. CCC Pavilion before the holy maiden could cultivate the divine art, she couldn't leave the sacred land. The first reason was to protect her safety. The second reason was to allow the holy maiden to cultivate the divine art without any distractions. After all, the divine art was the foundation of the Luo clan. If it was cultivated, it would shake the lower realm. Has the clan leader cultivated it? Fang Chen asked. Luo Lioli shook her head. The clan leader went into seclusion to make the final push. Chapter 1554. Strictly speaking, Fang Chen was considered half a member of the Luo clan. Furthermore, the blood in his body also contained the bloodline of the Luo clan. Back in the human race's sacred land, the leader of the Luo clan had already discovered this. At that time, he had even invited Fang Chen to visit the Luo clan when he had the time. However, he was currently in seclusion. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Luo Lioli hesitated. After all, the ancestral teachings could not be disobeyed. However, the person in front of him was his son. She was caught in a struggle, fighting with her thoughts. However, a moment later, Luo Lioli made her decision. Chen I can show you this divine technique, but you must remember not to spread it, Luo Lioli said. In reality, Luo Lioli only wanted to broaden Fang Chen's horizons. After all, every divine art had its own corresponding mental cultivation method. Without a mental cultivation technique, it was almost impossible to cultivate it. The heart mantra of the Luo clan's divine art was in the hands of the Luo clan leader. While Luo Lioli waved her lily-white hand. Instantly, a powerful seal appeared around the colored glass palace. Primordial spirit exploration was prohibited to prevent others from peeping. After doing all this, Luo Lioli took out a yellowed book from her bosom. There were 4 large words written on it: Luo Water 3000. The ancestor of the Luo clan was known as Luotian. Back then, Luotian was an existence comparable to the gods of the god realm. During the Luotian period, the Luo clan suppressed the Yuan clan and the Spirit clan. Even the forefathers of the Yuan and Ling clans had to give way to Luotian. At that time, Luotian was extremely powerful. The divine technique he left behind, the 3000 rivers of Luo, was powerful enough to shake the universe. However, ever since Luotian, no one from the Luo clan had been able to cultivate this divine technique. The other 2 clans were developing rapidly while the Luo clan was going downhill. After Luotian entered the god realm, the strength of the Luo clan plummeted. They became the weakest of the 3 god clans. Until now, the Luo clan could barely make it into the top 3 god clans. They were completely beaten by the other 2 god clans. As for the Luo River 3000, it was even more buried. Stimulated by the human clan's holy master's breakthrough to the eternal ancient realm, the Luo clan leader went into seclusion to comprehend the 3000 Luo River. "This is the only divine art of our Luo clan," Luo Lioli said. Fang Chen took the yellowed book and slowly opened it. Fang Chen earnestly read the contents of the 3000 Luo River. Luo River 3000 was a water-type divine art that was supplemented by the law of water. Its power was astonishing. If he could cultivate the Luo River 3000, his law of water would reach the pinnacle. Divine arts were very profound, but for Fang Chen, it was still easy to understand. After becoming a spacetime cultivator, Fang Chen's understanding of the spacetime cultivation system had deepened. His cultivation of the spacetime book was also improving steadily. The spacetime book was a divine art left behind by the bone progenitor. Since he could even cultivate the book of time and space, it was only natural that he could understand the obscure and profound 3000 Luo River. Seeing Fang Chen frowning from time to time, Luo Lioli nodded lightly. This was within her expectations. After all, Fang Chen was a fortune realm martial artist. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to have the comprehension of a life and death realm monarch. It was almost impossible for them to understand high-level divine arts. After a long time, Fang Chen closed the book. "Chen, divine arts are obscure and profound. With your current realm, it's normal that you can't understand them. Once you step into the life and death realm, you'll understand." Luo Lioli comforted. She was afraid that her son would be affected by this. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment, but he soon understood. His mother didn't know about him cultivating the spacetime book, so it was normal for her to say this. "Mother, although your son is slow-witted, I can still understand a bit." Fang Chen modestly said, "Through my observations, I discovered that the 3000 Luo River is a water-type divine art. When cultivating it, you need to supplement it with the law of water." After speaking, Fang Chen paused for a moment. "Right, it's exactly like that." A trace of astonishment appeared on Luo Lioli's fair face. Her son was actually able to understand divine arts. This is just a normal cultivation method. "Mother, have you ever thought of using other methods?" Fang Chen asked. Luo Lioli shook her head. This divine art had been left behind by the Luotian, and the method had been tested and refined countless times. This was the most shortcut and the only way to cultivate it. "Mother, divine arts aren't as difficult as you think," Fang Chen slowly said. He had just tried to memorize the 3000 Luo Rivers chant and then transmitted it to the Golden Heart. He was shocked to find that after the Golden Heart filtered it, the chant had undergone a heaven-toppling change. After comparing it, he discovered that the Luo clan's 3000 Luo River was actually an incomplete version. It was no wonder no one else after the Luotian had been able to successfully cultivate it. Of course, Fang Chen couldn't directly say this. The Luo clan's 3000 Luo River was already deeply imprinted in their minds. It was impossible to change it in a short time. "I've discovered that the 3000 Luo River should be cultivated like this." Fang Chen cleverly explained the incomplete version of the technique he had obtained from the Golden Heart to his mother. For an entire hour, Fang Chen explained it to her. At the beginning, Luo Lioli didn't think much of it. However, towards the end, Fang Chen's every word resonated with her. When Fang Chen finished, Luo Lioli's face was filled with shock. "Chenna, this is all your own comprehension. Mother, I once saw a divine art by chance. So I have some comprehension of it," explained Fang Chen with a chuckle. Fang Chen spoke casually, but in Luo Lioli's eyes, she was incomparably shocked. Genius, he was simply a peerless genius. Just by looking at the 3000 Luo River once, he was able to have such deep comprehension. "Mother, try cultivating according to my instructions," Fang Chen interrupted his mother and said directly. Luo Lioli just happened to have some comprehension, so she nodded and immediately began cultivating. Seeing the aura emitting from his mother's body, Fang Chen grinned. In the outside world, the first elder and the others were all puzzled. Just what were Sanguinati and the Holy Maiden talking about? It had already been several hours. Why hadn't they come out yet? First elder, we don't know what Sanguinati's intentions are. He hasn't come out for several hours. We should go in and take a look. If something happens to the Holy Maiden, we won't be able to bear the responsibility, said the second elder. With the Holy Maiden's strength, even if Sanguinati is plotting something, it's just throwing an egg at a rock, said the first elder. Then tell me why there hasn't been any movement at all after so long, said the second elder. Let's wait a bit longer. The first elder shook his head. Sanguinati had passed the checkpoint and defeated the three elders to obtain permission to enter the Liu Li Palace. They couldn't interfere in this matter. Although they were puzzled, they still had to wait. In the plaza, the Luo clan's younger generation disciples were sparring with each other. Luo Feng'er and Luo Chen were sparring, while Luo Qinghan was giving them pointers. Feng'er, use more strength when you attack. Little Chen, why is your palm so soft? Did you not eat? Luo Qinghan was the strongest among the Luo clan's younger generation, and his talent was outstanding. Usually, he was the one giving pointers to Luo Feng'er and the others. Bang! Under Luo Qinghan's guidance, Luo Feng'er and Luo Chen improved greatly. After the two's fists collided, they both retreated. While retreating, Luo Chen pushed off with the tip of his foot and used the rebound force to continue attacking. However, at this moment, he felt his bloodline throb. What's going on? Luo Chen's body landed on the ground, and he stopped fighting. At the same time, Luo Feng'er, Luo Qinghan, and the others also felt their bloodline throb. What a strong force! Is someone breaking through? Luo Xia said in a low voice. This suppressive force seems to be coming from the Liu Li Palace, Luo Feng'er said with a frown. Aunt Liu Li Luo Chen was very anxious when he heard that. He stepped out and headed for the Liu Li Palace. A terrifying aura spread around the Liu Li Palace. The terrifying aura contained an extremely strong bloodline power. At the same time, all the clansmen in the Luo clan's sacred ground felt the suppression of their bloodline. The first elder and the second elder's expressions changed drastically. What's going on? The saintess is breaking through, but she's still in danger. The suppression of their bloodline had not appeared for a long time. The entire Luo clan's sacred ground was in chaos. Everyone's eyes were focused on the Liu Li Palace. Their faces were pale. The suppression of their bloodline was too strong. The lower the concentration of their bloodline, the stronger the suppression. The higher the concentration of their bloodline, the lower the suppression. Soon, a large number of clansmen gathered in front of the Liu Li Palace. What's going on? Chapter 1555. Outside the colored glass palace, the Luo clansmen were waiting anxiously. They were worried about the saintess' safety, especially some of the higher-level elders. They were even prepared to rush in and take a look. Sanguinati was inside the colored glass palace. If something happened to the saintess, it would be terrible. However, everyone's impulsiveness was stopped by the great elder. With the saintess' strength, it was impossible for Sanguinati to plot against her. The only explanation was that the saintess was breaking through. The biggest taboo for life and death realm martial artists was to be disturbed. Once disturbed, they would go berserk or die. Considering the saintess' safety, the great elder held back. I hope the saintess is breaking through. The great elder's black eyes stared at the colored glass palace as he muttered to himself. Inside the colored glass palace, Fang Chen sat on a stool, watching his mother cultivate with a happy smile on his face. Ever since he met his mother, Fang Chen felt that his Yuan spirit had been refined. With mother's comprehension, she should be able to understand. Fang Chen said inwardly. Although he said it very vaguely, his mother was able to become the saintess of the Luo clan. Her potential was unquestionable. Fang Chen believed that his mother would be able to reap some benefits this time. Fang Chen's gaze was fixed on his mother. Suddenly, his Yuan spirit trembled in his mind. Immediately, Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of surprise. Immediately, he closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Finding his mother had always been Fang Chen's obsession. This obsession had spurred Fang Chen to continue forward and cultivate diligently. And now, this obsession had finally disappeared. At this moment, Fang Chen felt that his Yuan spirit had been refined. In an instant, it was as if he had entered the soul sea. A vast soul Dao aura spread out. Fang Chen entered a state of enlightenment. When Fang Chen entered the state of enlightenment, Luo Liuli opened her beautiful eyes. Pucha Luo Liuli spat out a mouthful of blood, her face somewhat pale. Luo Liuli raised her fair hand and gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Although she was injured and spitting out blood, Luo Liuli was excited. Because Fang Chen's words had enlightened her, her comprehension of the Luo Water 3000 divine art had improved. In the short moment of enlightenment, Luo Liuli had already cultivated the Luo Water 3000 divine art to the entry level. As expected of the inheritance left behind by the Luo clan. It's really powerful. Luo Liuli couldn't help but sigh. She was very happy. Her eyes twinkled as she looked at Fang Chen. When he realized that his son was experiencing an epiphany, he was overjoyed. Chen Er's potential is not below mine. Perhaps his future achievements will surpass Luotian's, Luo Liuli said to herself. About 2 hours later, Fang Chen's primordial spirit had finally completed its refinement. By the time he opened his eyes, his aura had risen significantly. With just a thought, the terrifying aura of the soul path began to spread out. Martial Grandmaster Fang Chen mumbled to himself with a smile on his face. Martial Grandmaster Soul Cultivators and Martial Grandmaster Soul Cultivators only differed by one word, but the difference was huge. I really didn't expect my son to be a soul cultivator. With Luo Liuli's insight, she could tell at a glance that her son cultivated the soul Dao. Moreover, he was a genuine martial grandmaster soul cultivator. Soul cultivators were very rare in the lower realms. Soul cultivation was very difficult to cultivate. By relying on one's own efforts to become a martial grandmaster soul cultivator, one could look down on all the younger generation in the lower realms. Even some of the older generation soul cultivators would have to admit defeat. It was a coincidence. Fang Chen scratched his head and chuckled. But when he raised his head, he saw his mother's pale face. Then his expression changed and he hurried to her side. "Mother, what's wrong?" he asked worriedly. "I'm fine." Luo Liuli shook her head. "You spat out blood. How can you be fine?" asked Fang Chen. "There were some problems with my cultivation." Luo Liuli saw how worried Fang Chen was and couldn't bear to lie to him. "Problems with your cultivation? Mother, what exactly is the problem? Tell me," said Fang Chen. What he had told his mother was almost all the chants filtered by the golden heart. Why had his mother spat out blood after cultivating it? Fang Chen even wondered if the divine art filtered by the golden heart was really the 3000 Luo water divine art. Fang Chen helped Luo Liuli up and sat her down on a stool. She explained, "Through your explanation, my comprehension of the 3000 Luo water divine art has deepened. In the moment of enlightenment just now, I successfully gained entry." Fang Chen was delighted to hear that. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to cultivate a divine art. For his mother to be able to gain entry in such a short time was enough to see how great her potential was. However, after gaining entry, I discovered that if I want to advance further, I need 2 kinds of medicinal catalysts. Luo Liuli said helplessly, the 3000 luo water divine art seems gentle, but it's actually soft on the outside and hard on the inside. It's extremely fierce, and once it explodes, it's very destructive. Naturally, cultivating the 3000 luo water divine art requires some medicinal catalysts to neutralize the fierce energy within the divine art. It's precisely because I forcefully cultivated it that my organs became chaotic and I spat out blood. But it's no big deal. I'll be fine after a bit of rest. Luo Lioli was afraid that Fang Chen would be worried. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded his head. His tensed face relaxed. It seems I still underestimated the 3000 luo water divine art, Fang Chen said inwardly. Mother, what kind of medicinal catalysts do you need? The Luo clan can find the other medicinal catalysts, but two of them are very difficult to find even in the lower realms, said Luo Lioli. One of them is called the rootless grass, and the other is called the flame dragon whisker. Rootless grass and flame dragon whisker. This was the first time Fang Chen had heard of these two medicinal catalysts. Mother, don't worry. I'll definitely help you find them, said Fang Chen solemnly. Luo Lioli stretched out her hand and gently stroked Fang Chen's face. She said gently, as long as I can see you, I'm already very happy. How could I let you take the risk? Fang Chen stood up and was about to speak. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. Luo Lioli's mind moved, and she saw the scene outside. Let's go out and take a look. After saying that, the two of them walked out of the colored glass palace one after the other. At this time, there were many Luo clan members standing in front of the colored glass palace. Standing in front were the first elder, second elder, and the others. Behind them were mostly ordinary clansmen. The aura has disappeared. Suddenly, someone shouted. Instantly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Creak. The doors to the colored glass palace opened, and Luo Lioli walked out in a green robe. In an instant, the entire hall was silent. Everyone's gaze was focused on Luo Lioli. Holy Maiden, are you all right? The first elder quickly walked over and asked. I'm fine, said Luo Lioli softly. At this time, the second elder suddenly spoke. Holy Maiden, there's a trace of blood at the corner of your mouth. What happened? Did that bastard sneak attack you? The second elder's words attracted the attention of many clansmen. Only now did they realize that the Holy Maiden's complexion wasn't too good. It was somewhat pale. Holy Maiden, what happened? If that bastard really did attack you, I'll personally tear him apart. Bastard, you dare sneak attack the Holy Maiden? I'll kill you. The second elder's words directly caused everyone to be angry at Sanguinati. Many clansmen were indignant and wanted to attack Sanguinati. Luo Lioli frowned. She wanted to speak, but Fang Chen beat her to it. Do you all have pig brains? If I sneak attacked the Holy Maiden, would I still be standing here? Sneered Fang Chen. Besides, even if I sneak attacked the Holy Maiden, would I be able to succeed with my strength? Do you think the Luo clan's Holy Maiden is weaker than a manifestation realm cultivator? Or are you all blind? Faced with Fang Chen's naked mockery, the second elder couldn't keep his cool. Brat, the Luo clan treats you fairly. Don't think we're easy to bully, said the second elder. Apologize immediately. Otherwise, I don't mind helping the human race's Holy Maiden teach a lesson to a brat like you who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Apologize. What crime have I committed? Fang Chen wanted to laugh. The second elder had been targeting him ever since he challenged the three elders. He didn't understand why a dignified elder of the god race would target a weak cultivator like him. Now, he actually wanted him to apologize. That's right. Sanguinati, you must apologize. You're insulting the Luo clan. Apologize. Chapter 1556. Sanguinati, I challenge you. Sanguinati, you have ill intentions towards the Holy Maiden. You deserve death. Sanguinati, you despicable person. It could be seen that the Holy Maiden's status in the Luo clan was very high. She had many supporters. Now, everyone had been led to attack Sanguinati by the second elder's words. Fang Chen coldly looked at these clowns. A bunch of pigs. Just because someone fanned the flames, you brainlessly attack others. If this wasn't the Luo clan, and if you weren't Luo clan's disciples, you'd already be dead by my sword. Fang Chen sneered, his face full of ridicule. Fang Chen's words infuriated them even more. Many of the clansmen were young and hot-blooded. How could they not be angry when Fang Chen said this? Sanguinati, you bastard, I'll tear you to pieces. Someone roared and took a large step forward, arriving in front of Fang Chen and punching. Fang Chen stood there without moving. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the second elder's sinister smile. Stop. At this critical moment, Luo Lioli spoke. Luo Lioli gently waved her hand. Immediately, it was as if there was some kind of energy holding back Fang Chen's clansmen. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to break free from this energy's bindings. Sanguinati didn't sneak attack me. The blood at the corner of my mouth is something I injured myself when I was cultivating, said Luo Lioli indifferently. Furthermore, even if Sanguinati did attack me, do you think I would be attacked by him? Luo Lioli's words caused those clansmen to sober up. They lowered their heads and listened to Luo Lioli's words. Holy Maiden, did something happen to your cultivation? Asked the first elder worriedly. I'm fine, said Luo Lioli. She couldn't say that she had vomited blood because she was cultivating a divine art. Seeing that the Holy Maiden didn't want to say more, the first elder didn't ask. The saintess is fine. Everyone, disperse. The great elder waved his hand, indicating for everyone to disperse. In the blink of an eye, all the clansmen had left. Since the saintess is fine, this old man will return. The great elder cupped his hands and said. The second elder also chuckled and said, this old man is also leaving. Luo Lioli looked at second elder's back and said unhappily, second elder, manage the younger generation well. There was a hint of displeasure in Luo Lioli's words. She was an astute person, so she could see through the trick at a glance. The second elder was deliberately targeting Fang Chen. The retreating second elder's body trembled for a moment before he quickly left. Fang Chen and Luo Lioli looked at each other. I've made you suffer. Fang Chen was her son, but he was ridiculed and insulted by the Luo clan. She felt that Fang Chen had been greatly wronged. If she wasn't the saint, she would have already taught them a lesson. It's fine. Fang Chen grinned. At this moment, an ancient voice sounded in the minds of the saintess and Fang Chen. The two of you, come to the Luo Divine Hall. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's heart stirred. The owner of the voice was clearly the Luo clan's patriarch. From the looks of it, the Luo clan's patriarch had ended his reclusive training. It was unknown if he had broken through to the eternal realm. Let's go. Luo Lioli led Fang Chen to the Luo Divine Hall. The Luo Divine Hall was the core hall of the Luo clan. It was equivalent to the sacred hall of the human race's sacred grounds. It had an extremely high status. The average person could not enter it. With Luo Lioli in front and Fang Chen behind, the mother and son entered the Luo Divine Hall. Inside the Luo Divine Hall, there was a throne. The Luo clan's patriarch sat on the throne and looked down. Greetings, patriarch. Luo Lioli bowed. Fang Chen, who was behind her, cupped his fists and said, Patriarch. The Luo clan's patriarch glanced at Luo Lioli before asking, Is there a problem with your cultivation? Patriarch, I gained some insights while cultivating the 3,000 rivers of the Luo River. Luo Lioli said. Upon hearing this, the Luo clan's patriarch's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked, You succeeded in cultivating it? Luo Lioli nodded slightly and said, I have gained basic mastery. Really? The Luo clan's patriarch was extremely excited. Although it was only basic mastery, it was enough to shock him. Let me take a look. Luo Lioli nodded and with a thought, rich laws of water surged out from her body. Upon seeing this, the Luo clan's patriarch laughed out loud. As expected of the most outstanding saintess of our Luo clan in the past tens of thousands of years. The Luo clan's patriarch was overjoyed. Only the patriarch and saintess of each generation were qualified to cultivate the 3,000 rivers of the Luo River Divine Technique. However, the reason why the divine technique was called divine technique was because of its unpredictable changes. The 3,000 rivers of the Luo River Divine Technique was not something that could be cultivated with strength. It required perception and a series of opportunities. After 10,000 years of meditation, the Luo clan's patriarch had yet to understand the mysteries of the 3,000 rivers of the Luo River divine technique. And now, the saintess had taken the lead and gained basic mastery. Upon sensing the completely different laws of water from the saintess, the Luo clan's patriarch was extremely happy. Patriarch, have you broken through? The Luo clan's patriarch was in seclusion and had come out now. It must be because he had broken through. Upon hearing this, the Luo clan's patriarch stopped smiling and shook his head. He sighed and said, "At our level, it is not so easy to break through. By the way, why is Sanguinati with you?" The Luo clan's patriarch's gaze landed on Fang Chen. He had once sensed the rich bloodline of the Luo clan in Sanguinati and had invited Sanguinati to the Luo clan's sacred ground. But he had not had the time. Now, he had come out of seclusion and discovered that Sanguinati was with the saintess. "Patriarch, I have something to report to you." The saintess hesitated for a moment and was prepared to say it in the end. "What is it?" "Sanguinati. His original name is Fang Chen and he is my biological son," Luo Lioli said. Upon hearing this, the Luo clan's patriarch's face turned serious. "When did this happen?" The Luo clan's patriarch asked in a deep voice. "When I left the sacred ground," Luo Lioli said. Some things had to be said sooner or later. After a moment of silence, the Luo clan's patriarch raised his head and looked at Fang Chen with his dark eyes. "No wonder when I was in the sacred ground, I sensed the rich bloodline of the Luo clan in his body." The Luo clan's patriarch's expression softened as he said softly, "Patriarch, you can't blame my mother for this." Fang Chen thought that the Luo clan's patriarch would vent his anger on his mother and hurriedly said. Upon hearing this, the Luo clan's patriarch laughed. "Don't worry, Lioli is the saintess of the Luo clan and she has mastered the Luo Water 3000 divine technique. In the future, the Luo clan's rise will depend on Lioli. How can I vent my anger on her?" The Luo clan's patriarch's words made Fang Chen heave a sigh of relief. In fact, Luo Lioli knew that the reason why the patriarch was like this was because of the name Sanguinati. These 3 words represented the most monstrous genius of the younger generation in the lower domain. The 5 great leaders of the human race had once discussed that Sanguinati's potential was too heaven-defying and he had a high chance of stepping into the eternal realm in the future. Such a monstrous genius with such great potential had a close relationship with the Luo clan. If he stepped into the eternal realm in the future, the Luo clan's strength would surpass the other 3 sacred grounds. The Luo clan's patriarch had his own plans. After thinking for a long time, he raised his head and said, "Lioli, as the saintess of the Luo clan, having an illegitimate child outside will affect the Luo clan." "I hope, I know." Luo Lioli interrupted the Luo clan's patriarch and nodded heavily. In fact, as a mother, she was also unwilling to reveal Fang Chen's identity. After all, this would cause a lot of trouble for Fang Chen. "It's good that you understand," the Luo clan's patriarch said. Then, he looked at Fang Chen. "Sanguinati, you are Lioli's son and can be considered half a member of the Luo clan. Cultivate well and strive to become a great leader of the lower domain in the future." "I will." Fang Chen's attitude towards the Luo clan's patriarch changed greatly. He thought that the Luo clan's patriarch would vent his anger on his mother and make things difficult for him. But it turned out that he had thought too much. "Patriarch, actually, I was able to cultivate the 3000 Luo water spell because of Chen Luo Lioli said. She wanted to think of ways to increase Fang Chen's position in the patriarch's heart. Only then would the patriarch truly accept Fang Chen. 88 what? Even the patriarch, who was as calm as a mountain, was moved. "I showed the 3000 Luo water spell to Chen Luo Lioli recounted what had happened. After listening, the Luo clan's patriarch's attitude was as Luo Lioli had predicted. He was very surprised and looked at Fang Chen with a burning gaze. Chapter 1557. The clan leader looked at Fang Chen with joy in his eyes. Just by reading the 3000 Luo water divine technique once, he was able to point out some cultivation problems. Moreover, he helped the saintess learn it. If the outside world knew about this, It would definitely cause an uproar in the lower realm. The Luo clan leader knew how difficult it was to cultivate the 3000 Luo water divine technique. What is a genius? This is a true genius. The Luo clan leader thought to himself. Then, he looked at Fang Chen. Sanguinati, no, I should call you Fang Chen. The Luo clan leader said, you are Liuli's son, so you are considered a member of the Luo clan. I wonder if you are willing to cultivate the 3000 Luo water divine technique. The Luo clan leader could not care less. With Fang Chen's understanding of the 3000 Luo water divine technique, it would be easier for him to cultivate it. Once he succeeded, the strength of the Luo clan would increase greatly. He was not worried that Fang Chen would take the 3000 Luo water divine technique for himself because he had Luo Liuli. Clan leader, the 3000 Luo water divine technique is profound and requires expertise. Right now, I am cultivating a divine technique, but I am afraid it will be difficult for me to specialize in it. Fang Chen declined tactfully. Hearing this, the Luo clan leader was even more shocked. A martial artist in the manifestation realm actually possessed a divine art. You have a divine technique. He really could not understand where Fang Chen's divine technique came from. Since he had already confessed to this point, Fang Chen went straight to the point. Clan leader, I received the bone progenitor's inheritance in the ancestral land's welcoming hall. There is a divine technique in it. Fang Chen said simply. Tung the Luo clan leader stood up from his throne. 2 rays of light shot out from his dark eyes as he looked at Fang Chen. The bone progenitor's inheritance. You actually received the inheritance of the bone clan. The Luo clan head's heart was in turmoil. He naturally knew what kind of person the bone progenitor was. Everyone on the universe's combat power ranking probably knew about him. All the strong people had the bone progenitor as their goal, hoping to reach the level of the bone progenitor one day. The bone progenitor was the strongest person in this era of the universe. He had created his own cultivation system, and it was unique in its own way, shocking the heavens. Now, his inheritance was right in front of the Luo clan leader. I'm not dreaming. The Luo clan leader could not believe it. Not only the clan leader of the Luo clan, even Luo Liuli widened her eyes as she looked at her son. Her face was filled with a happy smile. His son had grown up and achieved so much. He was proud of him. Clan leader, the bone ancestor's inheritance is of great importance. So far, other than you and my mother, no one knows about it, Fang Chen reminded. To Luoz's Luo Water's Li Luo technique. Luo Water to Luo Water Luo, all the resources of the Luo clan will be given to you. If you have any needs, feel free to tell your mother. As long as the Luo clan is able to do it, we will do our best to nurture you. The Luo clan leader said in a deep voice. In the blink of an eye, he made a decision. That was to nurture Fang Chen with all his might. His intuition told him that this decision might change the entire Luo clan. A monstrous martial artist with heaven-defying talent who had inherited the bone progenitor's legacy. His future achievements were destined to be glorious. Coincidentally, this person was related to the Luo clan, so they had to seize this opportunity. Thank you, Patriarch. Luo Liuli thanked him on behalf of Fang Chen. The Patriarch of the Luo clan waved his hand and said, Fang Chen is also considered a member of the Luo clan. All of this was obtained through his own efforts. There's no need to thank me. The leader of the Luo clan seemed to see the future of the Luo clan rising again under the leadership of Luo Liuli and Fang Chen. Recreate the glory of the Luotian era. Fang Chen did not expect to get along so well with the Patriarch of the Luo clan. Thinking about it, it was also because of his heaven-defying potential. Otherwise, the Patriarch of the Luo clan would not have bothered with him. In a world where the strong were respected, everything depended on one's strength. During this period of time, if you have nothing to do, stay in the sacred grounds of the Luo clan. Guide your mother in cultivating the Luo Water 3000 divine technique and raise your own cultivation level. The Patriarch of the Luo clan said. He had a good chat with the Patriarch of the Luo clan. Finally, Fang Chen and Luo Liuli returned to the colored glaze palace. The patriarch of the Luo clan was very happy and his face was full of smiles. I'm really looking forward to the rise of the mother and son. The patriarch of the Luo clan said to himself. At night, Fang Chen returned. He found the patriarch of the Luo clan. Patriarch. Fang Chen greeted. In the study, the patriarch of the Luo clan did not even lift his head. He was focused on reading. To be able to enter my study without me noticing, it must be because of the bone progenitor's legacy. Actually, the patriarch of the Luo clan was very shocked. The moment Fang Chen appeared, he even felt a sense of shock. However, when he thought of the bone progenitor's legacy, he felt relieved. Patriarch is wise. Fang Chen flattered. Speak. Why did you come to find me in the middle of the night? The patriarch asked. Fang Chen had already prepared his words and said, Patriarch, I would like to ask you about something. Oh, what is it? The patriarch of the Luo clan closed the book in his hand and looked at Fang Chen with interest. Patriarch, do you know where the rootless grass and flame dragon beard are? Fang Chen asked. The rootless grass and flame dragon beard were herbs that his mother needed for her cultivation. Fang Chen wanted to do something for his mother, so he came to ask in the middle of the night. Why are you asking this? The rootless grass and flame dragon beard were extremely rare in the entire universe. They were almost impossible to find. Moreover, they were exceptionally precious. Under normal circumstances, even life and death realm emperors might not be able to obtain them. To be honest, Mother has reached a bottleneck in her cultivation of the Luo River 3000 divine art. She needs these two heavenly treasures as herbs to improve. Fang Chen said. Hearing this, the patriarch of the Luo clan became interested. Rootless grass and flame dragon beard as herbs. This is what Mother told me. Fang Chen said. The patriarch of the Luo clan nodded and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he said, I know of a place with rootless grass. However, I don't know about flame dragon beard. There. No matter what, he would get whatever he could. The place where the rootless grass is located is a dangerous place. It was a territory before the foreign races lost the war. However, because of the foreign races' defeat, the territory was destroyed, causing rivers of blood to flow. The living beings there were in a terrible situation. The patriarch of the Luo clan said, some life and death realm emperors of the foreign races fled into this dangerous place to guard it. The human clan's Saint Lord sealed this forbidden land for the human clan's warriors to train themselves. However, not just any warrior has the qualifications to enter. There are many foreign races' life and death realm experts hidden inside. Therefore, weak warriors can't enter at all. So it was a place where the foreign races were imprisoned. There's rootless grass there? Fang Chen asked. The patriarch of the Luo clan nodded. A long time ago, I heard Blackblade Monarch say that he took out a rootless grass. The patriarch of the Luo clan said, as for whether it exists now, I'm not sure. After the foreign race's defeat, most of the life and death realm emperors hid in this dangerous place. These foreign races couldn't do anything, so they were sealed and used as whetstones for human warriors. Every powerhouse had walked through life and death to reach where they were now. Cultivating peacefully meant that they couldn't reach the peak. Every martial artist who entered a danger zone would have this kind of awareness. However, up until now, there were only a few warriors who had entered. It was very dangerous inside, and human life and death realm warriors would enter from time to time. Fang Chen was tempted. If there was really rootless grass here, he wouldn't mind going in to take a look. It just so happened that his strength had reached a bottleneck, and he was invincible under the life and death realm. Even if he encountered a low-level life and death realm warrior, he could rely on the void cultivation system to escape unscathed. This was the best place to temper himself. Patriarch, can I ask for your help? Fang Chen asked. You want to enter the dangerous place? The patriarch of the Luo clan asked. Fang Chen nodded, I want to help my mother. Even if there's a trace of hope, I won't give up. After pondering for a long time, the patriarch of the Luo clan said, Fang Chen, you have to think this through. The seal is very strong. Even if you encounter danger, I won't be able to save you in time. If you die, you'll die for nothing. I've already made my decision. On the martial path, there's no such thing as peace and tranquility. Only by tempering oneself in battles of life and death can one improve quickly, Fang Chen said. Seeing this, the patriarch of the Luo clan nodded in satisfaction. Good, I'll send you to Winged Dragon Dangerous Place tomorrow. Many thanks, patriarch. Fang Chen was overjoyed and hurriedly cupped his fists in thanks. Chapter 1558. Pterosaur Danger Ground was one of the lower realm danger grounds. It was located at the edge of the void ocean, and was as remote as Green Bamboo Island. However, Pterosaur Danger Ground was on the other side of Green Bamboo Island, and it spanned across the entire void ocean. Back when Chen Yuan ruler was still around, the alien race's main camp was here. After a huge battle, the human race's Saint Lord suppressed Bloodfiend Monarch and Chen Yuan ruler, forcing the two to use heaven-defying secret techniques and escape into the spatial turbulence outside of the void. Even now, no one knew if they were still alive. Of course, in the eyes of the human race, the two were already dead. After the two giants escaped, the remaining alien race and ocean demon race were nothing to worry about. The human race's Saint Lord acted and killed all the high-level life and death realm monarchs. The remaining life and death realm monarchs all hid in Pterosaur Danger Ground and were imprisoned. Fang Chen's goal this time was Pterosaur Danger Ground. Early the next morning, Fang Chen bid farewell to his mother and secretly found the Luo clan master. The latter personally brought him to Pterosaur Danger Ground. Not long after the Luo clan master left, a voice sounded in the second elder's mind. Soon after, his expression turned grave. Soon, he summoned a subordinate. Are there any life and death realm monarchs in Pterosaur Danger Ground? The second elder asked. Second elder, Elder Luo Zhu entered Pterosaur Danger Ground not long ago and hasn't returned yet. The subordinate said softly. Find a way to contact Elder Luo Zhu and let him spread the news of Sanguinati entering Pterosaur Danger Ground. The second elder said gloomily. The subordinate hesitated for a moment, then said, Second elder, this is betraying the human race. The aura around the second elder's body rippled. He snorted and said coldly, Who told you that I'm betraying the human race? I'm just finding some motivation for Sanguinati. Do as I say. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Hearing this, the subordinate nodded and quickly left. In the vast void ocean, ripples of light sparkled. A series of ripples appeared in the void. The Luo clan master and Fang Chen were rapidly advancing. Life and death realm monarchs were extremely fast, able to cross a distance of 10,000 li with a single thought. However, even so, it still took him several days to get close to the Pterosaur Danger Ground. The closer they got to the Pterosaur Danger Ground, the harsher the environment became. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth here was very thin. It was not even 1% of the sacred land of the human race. Fang Chen sighed. No wonder the non-human kind wanted to rebel against the humankind. If it were him, he would also do his best to resist. However, Fang Chen had no pity in his heart. He was a descendant of the human race. The war between the outsiders had disturbed the peace of the human race. In his heart, he still hated the outsiders. In a few breaths' time, the Luo clan head and Fang Chen arrived before an island. This island was extremely huge, even bigger than an archipelago. What a big island! Fang Chen sighed. This island is the Pterosaur Danger Ground, the headquarters of the non-human kind. The Luo clan head explained, Everything you see now is an illusion. There are powerful illusion seals around the Pterosaur Danger Ground. Everything you see with your eyes is fake. You'll know once you enter. The environment of the Pterosaur Danger Ground is extremely harsh. All the life and death realm experts of the non-human kind are here. Even some life and death realm experts of the ocean demon race reside here. If they discover that a human has entered, they will definitely hunt you down with all their might. The Luo clan head warned Fang Chen to be careful. As for the rootless grass, you'll have to find it yourself. I know. Fang Chen nodded. The Luo clan head waved his hand, and a small gap appeared in the sky above the Pterosaur Danger Ground. Go! Fang Chen's figure flashed and entered the Pterosaur Danger Ground. The gap in the sky disappeared. At the same time, A piece of news that made the non-humankind go crazy spread out in the terrace or danger ground. Green Bamboo Island Lord Sanguinati had entered the terrace or danger ground. This piece of news spread like a virus. Green Bamboo Island Lord was very famous among the non-humankind. According to the legends, the reason why the human Saint Lord could break through to the eternal ancient realm was greatly related to Green Bamboo Island Lord. Many non-humankind life and death realm emperors viewed Sanguinati as their enemy. When they heard that Sanguinati had entered the terrace or danger ground, they hated him to the bone. Surround and kill Sanguinati with all our strength. The non-humankind life and death realm emperors issued the order simultaneously. In the huge terrace or danger ground, life and death realm emperors were frantically searching for Sanguinati. Terrace or danger ground, on a dilapidated plain, the plain was full of potholes, and not a single weed could be seen. With a single glance, one could tell that it had been destroyed by war. Wisps of smoke drifted in the air above the plain. The entire sky was incomparably dark, isolated from the outside world. The spiritual qi in the world was extremely thin. This, Fang Chen was dumbfounded. How did the non-humankind survive in such a harsh environment? The cultivation environment here was only slightly better than the ancient sword continent. To life and death realm emperors, it was too trashy. How hard was it to raise one's strength in such an environment? Bang! Fang Chen's body fell from the sky and smashed into the plain. Immediately, a lot of soil splashed up. Fang Chen lightly patted his clothes, causing the soil to fall off. After tidying up his clothes, Fang Chen looked around. After coming to an unfamiliar place, the first thing to do was to check the surroundings and ensure his safety. There are many non-humankind life and death realm emperors in the terrace or danger ground. I should conceal my aura, Fang Chen inwardly said. Soon after, he used the concealment technique that Realm Lord Fu Mo had taught him. Who? Before long, Fang Chen concealed his aura. Soon after, he walked on the plain. Ian, there's someone ahead. Fang Chen saw a person cautiously looking in his direction. Voila! Using the spacetime true intent, he instantly passed through the void and arrived in front of this person. Bang! This person wanted to flee, but it was too late. He was slapped to the ground by Fang Chen. Multi-hand race. This person was from the multi-hand race. When he saw Fang Chen, he was terrified. Who are you? Asked the multi-hand race expert. From now on, you'll answer whatever I ask you. Otherwise, I'll smash your head, said Fang Chen. The multi-hand race expert was terrified and quickly nodded. Do you know where the rootless grass is? Asked Fang Chen. The multi-hand race expert shook his head. I don't know. Next, Fang Chen asked a few more questions, but the multi-hand race expert didn't know anything. Finally, Fang Chen performed a soul search. His soul cultivation had reached the martial grandmaster realm, and his Yuan spirit was very powerful. He could easily soul search a creation realm martial artist. The results of the soul search shocked Fang Chen. Who was it that leaked the news? Fang Chen's face completely darkened, and killing intent surged around him. His heart was burning with anger. He had obtained some information from the multi-hand race expert's Yuan spirit. What surprised him the most was that the foreign races in the terrace or danger ground knew that he had entered the terrace or danger ground. They were searching for him in a large area. Damn it! Fang Chen clenched his fists and cursed. Was it the Luo clan's master? Fang Chen quickly denied his thoughts. If the Luo clan's master wanted to kill him, it would only take a thought. It was impossible for him to do such a shameful thing. Then, who else knew that he had entered the terrace or danger ground? He had been in the Luo clan's sacred ground, and only the Luo clan's master knew of his whereabouts. That's not right. Suddenly, Fang Chen had a flash of inspiration as he thought of the second elder. Could it be the second elder? Fang Chen's face was cold as he said in a deep voice. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the second elder was the most suspicious. But how did the second elder know of my whereabouts? After thinking for a while, he couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to think about it. Let's talk about this when we get out. I won't let off anyone who dares to stab me in the back. Fang Chen said coldly. Immediately after, he exerted force and crushed the multi-hand race expert's head. 88.8. Then, he absorbed a trace of the multi-hand race expert's essence blood. Immediately, he emitted the aura of the multi-hand race. Fang Chen was confident that even if a life and death realm martial artist appeared, they wouldn't be able to discover him. I would like to see how you can find me. Fang Chen's eyes revealed a sinister smile. Since the foreign race experts wanted to play, he would play with them. Chapter 1559. Fang Chen couldn't help but be impressed. The concealment technique that Realm Lord Fu Mo gave him was too profound. Only now did Fang Chen realize that this concealment technique didn't seem like a secret technique from the lower realm. It seemed more like a technique from the God realm. Concealing his aura and disguising himself as a multi-armed race member, Fang Chen strolled on the broken plain. From the multi-armed race's primordial spirit, the winged dragon Forbidden Land was divided into 5 regions, each under the control of 5 life and death realm experts. The broken plain that Fang Chen was in belonged to the 7 tigers. There were 7 tigers in this region. Of course, the 7 tigers were self-titled. The so-called 7 tigers were the 7 people with the strongest combat strength in this area. They were called the 7 tigers. The subordinate that he killed was the subordinate of multi-armed tiger, one of the 7 tigers. What a joke. Fang Chen wanted to laugh. Their families were ruined and their race was about to be exterminated, yet they still had the heart to give these titles. What was the point? Just as Fang Chen was thinking, a voice sounded. Duo Bei, did you find any clues? Hearing this voice, Fang Chen turned his head and saw a few multi-armed race members looking at him. He said calmly, I didn't find anything. Let's go. Sanguinati definitely isn't in this region. Let's look elsewhere. With that, the leader led the group and left. The group walked on the broken plain. Fang Chen found a chance to find out the whereabouts of the rootless grass. Brother Duo Jin, have you heard of the rootless grass? Fang Chen asked casually. Hearing this, the multi-armed race member called Duo Jin stopped and looked at Fang Chen with a frown. Why are you asking this? I'm just asking casually. Fang Chen smiled awkwardly. Seeing this, Duo Jin's expression softened. Don't mention the rootless grass in the future. It'll bring you death. Duo Jin reminded. Brother Duo Jin, what's going on? Fang Chen asked curiously. Recently, news of the rootless grass has appeared in the pterosaur Forbidden Ground. The 5 leaders are fighting over the rootless grass, Duo Jin said in a low voice. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like the rootless grass was really in the pterosaur danger zone. The 5 giants are fighting over the rootless grass. I wonder who will get it in the end, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Who else could it be? It must be that terrifying existence from the 3 gods' holy land. Duo Jin pursed his lips. The 5 regions have a total of 5 experts with extraordinary strength. Although our 7 tigers land has 7 powerhouses, the strongest is still the boss of the 7 tigers. The leader of our multi-hand race can barely make it into the 7 tigers, but he's ranked last. Even if the 7 from the 7 tigers land join forces, I'm afraid they won't be a match for the 3 gods from the 3 gods land. Fang Chen was not familiar with the pterosaur Forbidden Ground. However, from Duo Jin's tone, it seemed that the 3 experts from the 3 holy lands were very powerful. In my opinion, our 4 great regions should join hands and destroy the 3 divine lands first, another person said. That's right. Why should the sea demon race occupy the 3 divine lands and steal the majority of the resources? I wonder what the leaders of the 10,000 races are thinking. They actually let the sea demon race in. The multi-hand race was very dissatisfied with the sea demon race. So, the 3 gods land is the territory of the sea demon race. Fang Chen secretly remembered this information. Let's go. Our mission is to find the Sanguinati. We have no fate with a supreme treasure like the rootless grass. Duo Jin waved his hand and said no more. Fang Chen walked at the back of the group, his mind constantly thinking about the rootless grass. After an unknown amount of time, Duo Jin suddenly roared. There are humans approaching. Be careful. Just as Duo Jin's voice faded, A human expert appeared in the void. Fang Chen secretly observed. It was a first-layer life and death realm human expert. Yuan race expert. Fang Chen recognized the clothes the Yuan race expert was wearing. All of you ants deserve to die. The Yuan race expert unleashed a thunderous attack and launched an all-out attack. Ah! Miserable cries came from the multi-hand race experts. In an instant, several multi-hand race experts died one after another. Looking at the corpses on the ground, the Yuan race expert frowned. Where did the other one go? The Yuan race expert spread out his consciousness, wanting to find Fang Chen. However, he didn't find anything. Strange. The Yuan race expert leaped and left this place. After a long time, Fang Chen's figure appeared in the void. I have to hurry to the Three Gods' Land. Fang Chen made up his mind and immediately rushed with all his might. The Seven Tigers' Land was a bit far from the Three Gods' Land. Several days later, Fang Chen arrived at the edge of the Seven Tigers' Land. The Three Gods' Land was right in front of him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Right at this moment, Fang Chen felt a wisp of light rush out of the soil and flash past him. What's that? Fang Chen subconsciously stretched out his hand and grabbed the light. When Fang Chen saw the light in his hand, he was extremely excited. Rootless grass leaf. A large amount of information about the rootless grass appeared in Fang Chen's mind. This information completely matched the leaf in his hand. The aura it emitted was also the same as the description. It's so easy to get. Fang Chen laughed foolishly. Although it was just a leaf of the rootless grass, as long as he had a leaf, he could find a complete rootless grass. Fang Chen's luck was too heaven-defying to be able to obtain a leaf of the rootless grass as soon as he entered the winged dragonland. Kid, hand it over. Just as Fang Chen was feeling happy, an angry roar sounded. Fang Chen turned his head and saw a black-clothed alien race appear in the void. Who are you? Fang Chen asked. Seeing that you're the descendant of King Duo, I'll let bygones be bygones. Hand over the leaf in your hand obediently. Otherwise, I'll tear you into pieces. Hearing this, Fang Chen understood a little. In the memories of the multi-hand race, King Duo was one of the 7 tigers of the 7 Tigers' Land. He was also the leader of the multi-hand race. Yet, he dared to call King Duo by his name in such a tone. This person should be one of the 7 tigers, but he didn't know which one. I obtained it. Why should I give it to you? It wasn't easy to obtain the rootless grass leaf, so how could Fang Chen give it to someone else? You dare to provoke me? You can die now. The black-clothed alien race waved his hand, and a terrifying aura spread out. Fang Chen felt a little suffocated. While the space-time cultivation system activated, and the space-time book was activated, directly fusing with space-time. The black-clothed alien race's hand missed, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. It's gone. The black-clothed alien race was shocked. A trash in the creation realm was actually able to avoid his detection. He must not have gone far. The black-clothed alien race's figure flashed and disappeared on the ground. A moment later, Fang Chen appeared in the void. His gaze fell on the rootless grass leaf in his hand. It is indeed the Three Gods' Land. The rootless grass leaf vaguely points to the Three Gods' Land. It seems that the rootless grass should be born in the Three Gods' Land. Fang Chen muttered. Kid, do you think you can escape from me? The black-clothed alien race returned and stared coldly at Fang Chen. His aura burst out, and he locked onto Fang Chen. Hand it over. The black-clothed alien race took a step forward and closed in on Fang Chen. How dare you play with me, the Black Chilean King? You are courting death. Under the temptation of the rootless grass leaf, it didn't matter if he was the descendant of King Duo. The black-clothed alien race attacked. So it's the Black Chilean King, ranked 5th of the 7 tigers. Fang Chen understood the identity of this person. The Black Chilean race was quite unique. They had extremely strong defense, and after transforming, their entire body was covered in scales. The Black Chilean King punched at Fang Chen, who used the spacetime book to fuse with spacetime. I don't believe that you can hide in the void forever. The Black Chilean King crazily attacked the void. Fang Chen smiled bitterly. His attack power was not strong enough, so he could only dodge. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, his body flickered in and out of existence as he dodged and escaped. "You can't escape from me," the Black Chilean King roared. However, just as Fang Chen was escaping, a powerful aura appeared in front of him. Not good. Just as Fang Chen was about to turn around, a voice sounded in his mind. "Come behind me. King Duo." Fang Chen was stunned, and then he was secretly delighted. King Duo must have treated him as one of his race. Since he wanted to protect him, he would let the alien race fight each other. With that thought, Fang Chen traveled through space-time and appeared behind King Duo. Chapter 1560. Duo King appeared and blocked Black Chilean King's path. Black Chilean King was furious and started arguing with Duo King. "Duo King, get out of the way," Black Chilean King said gravely. "Black Chilean King, you dare to touch my descendant." In fact, the reason Duo King was so unyielding was because of the rootless grass in Fang Chen's hands. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offended Black Chilean King over a weak clansman. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. As soon as his voice faded, Black Chilean King and Duo King started fighting. Both of them were mid-level life and death experts and possessed great destructive power. Even after Fang Chen had walked a long distance, he could still hear the deafening sound. "Two idiots," Fang Chen mocked. Soon after, he used the time-space book and rushed toward the Three Gods' territory. On this day, the most intense battle erupted in the Seven Tigers' territory. For the rootless grass, Duo King and Black Chilean King went all out. The intense battle between the two ended with the Black Chilean King winning by a slight margin. Duo King was injured and fled. At this time, Black Chilean King discovered that Fang Chen had already disappeared. "Damned guy!" Black Chilean King clenched his fists and roared. At this time, Fang Chen had already entered the Three Gods' territory. This was the territory of the Sea Demon clan. It was dangerous for him to disguise himself as an outsider. However, Fang Chen soon encountered a sea demon and killed it. After obtaining its bloodline, he successfully disguised himself as an sea demon. From the sea demon's memories, Fang Chen learned that there were human martial artists nearby. "Let's go take a look." Fang Chen's figure hid in the void and flew toward his destination. Before long, Fang Chen arrived in front of a mountain peak. "There's a cave halfway up the mountain." Fang Chen gazed at the mountain peak. Without the sea demon's memories, he wouldn't have found the cave. "This cave is really well hidden," Fang Chen faintly said and quietly arrived in front of the cave. He used the spacetime book to merge with spacetime and sneaked into the cave. There were two people in the cave. One of them was an elder of the Luo clan, and the other was an elder of the Yuan clan. "Luo Zhu, if we spread the news that Sanguinati has entered the winged dragon danger zone, would the outsiders be able to kill him?" asked the Yuan race elder. The elder known as Luo Zhu exuded a black aura. The foreign races hate Sanguinati very much. I'm afraid they are searching for him with all their might. Luo Zhu sneered. "Luo Zhu, we've been here for too long. Will the outsiders discover us?" asked the Yuan race's elder worriedly. "Don't worry, there's a seal around the cave. Once someone approaches, I'll be able to detect it immediately. The most important thing now is to find a way to bring out the body of that expert from the depths of the cave," Luo Zhu said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the Yuan clan elder nodded. They had stumbled upon this cave by accident, and only after entering did they realize that there was a peerless expert's body here. The two of them were greedy and wanted to absorb the power of the peerless powerhouse. However, they hadn't been able to do so after such a long time. In the air, Fang Chen sneered. It seemed that this matter was related to the second elder, and even the Yuan race. Fang Chen carefully observed. Luo Zhu's cultivation was at the second level of the life and death realm, while the Yuan race's elder was at the peak of the first level. With his strength, he was confident in dealing with the Yuan race's elder, but he had no chance against Luo Zhu. Just as Fang Chen was pondering, a slight tremor came from the depths of the cave. Luo Zhu immediately stood up. "There's movement." Luo Zhu's face was filled with excitement. Soon after, he quickly arrived at the depths of the cave. The peerless expert's body was sitting cross-legged in the depths of the cave. With a single glance, one could tell that it had been exposed to wind and rain. The bones were covered in dust. Something's wrong. Luo Zhu discovered that something was wrong and quickly walked towards the bones. Elder Luo Zhu, what did you discover? Asked the Yuan race's elder. There's another world beneath the body. Elder Luo Zhu was extremely excited. What? The Yuan race's elder was shocked and hurriedly walked over. The surroundings of the skeleton emitted a grey light. Below it, a bottomless cave appeared. Luo Zhu and the Yuan race's elder exchanged glances and made a decision. Let's see if we can move the bones, Luo Zhu said. Immediately, the two elders moved together, trying to lift the bones. Suddenly, a strange aura came out of the bones and corroded the Yuan race's elder's arm. Crack. The Yuan race's elder's arm was directly broken. There's danger. The Yuan race's elder panicked and quickly retreated. However, before he could take a few steps, he found that something was pressing against his body from behind. Then, a saber pierced into his body with a poochie sound. The Yuan race's elder's primordial spirit was severely injured and was about to collapse. With blood flowing out of his mouth, he tried hard to turn his head. He saw Elder Luo Zhu with a sinister smile on his face. You. The Yuan race's elder tried hard to stretch out his hand, but he couldn't believe it. How dare you kill me? Mph, who would know that I'm the one who killed you? Besides, you're too weak and will only be a burden to me. Why don't you help me? After saying that, Luo Zhu quickly pulled out the saber from the Yuan race's elder's body. The Yuan race's elder's body fell to the ground weakly. Even if you die, you have to die in vain. Luo Zhu sneered and grabbed the Yuan race's elder's body and threw it on top of the bones. Hiss. Suddenly, countless lines shot out rapidly and penetrated the Yuan race's elder's body. Seeing this scene, Elder Luo Zhu was also scared. Fortunately, he didn't act rashly. Otherwise, these lines would have rushed into his body. After a long while, the bones stopped moving completely. The Yuan race's elder's body was already beyond recognition. It was completely penetrated by the lines and was in a sorry state. After confirming that there was no danger, Elder Luo Zhu kicked the Yuan race's elder's body away. Then, he placed his palm on the bones. But soon, his face turned gloomy. Damn it, all my strength has dissipated. Elder Luo Zhu said unhappily. Whoosh. Fang Chen had long been prepared. Finding an opportunity, Zhong Xian abruptly appeared and sent Elder Luo Zhu flying with a kick. Then, with a leap, he jumped into the pitch-black cave below. Bang! Elder Luo Zhu's body was kicked away by Fang Chen. He got up from the ground with a furious face. Damn it, how dare you plot against me? Luo Zhu roared in anger and murderous intent. He followed closely behind and entered the dark cave. Whoosh! Fang Chen's surroundings were dark. His body had been falling all this time. What is this place? Fang Chen thought to himself and prepared the Starfield dragon boat at the same time. Once he encountered danger, he would leave on the Starfield dragon boat immediately. After falling for a long time, he finally landed on the ground. Bang! Fortunately, Fang Chen's body was tough, so he didn't suffer any serious injuries. After landing on the ground, Fang Chen waved his hand and set up the Chaos Element Killing Array. Here's a feast for you. Fang Chen laughed sinisterly. Soon after, he disappeared into the darkness. After a while, a trembling sound resounded through the darkland. Then, Luo Zhu's angry roar could be heard. Sanguinati, I'm going to tear you into pieces. At first, Elder Luo Zhu was not sure. But after seeing the Chaos Element Killing Array, he was sure that the martial artist who attacked him was Sanguinati. Damn the array, you want to trap me? Elder Luo Zhu clenched his fists and kept bombarding the array. Hey, something's wrong. After attacking wildly, Elder Luo Zhu realized that this array was not ordinary. So what? The day I break the array will be the day you die. Elder Luo Zhu was furious. Fang Chen knew that the Chaos Element Killing Array would not be able to trap Elder Luo Zhu for a long time. So, he quickly moved forward. The more he moved forward, the more he realized. He seemed to have come to an underground castle. What's here? Fang Chen was puzzled. At this moment, Fang Chen saw a shocking scene. In a forest not far away, an enchanting woman was wearing very little clothes, only enough to cover her important parts. Her every move exuded a seductive aura. In front of her stood a second-level life and death realm sea demon. This sea demon had a confused look. Do you want to try it? The enchanting woman said softly. Chapter 1561. The enchanting woman had a dainty figure. Even in the outside world, she would be a top beauty. There was a strange smile on her delicate face. Seeing the sea demon walk over, her body emitted an extremely flirtatious aura. The sea demon didn't have any power to resist and arrived before the enchanting woman. Then, under Fang Chen's stupefied gaze, the enchanting woman took off her clothes, revealing her pure white body. Come. The enchanting woman teased. Fang Chen couldn't bear to watch the next scene. It was simply a disaster. Who was this enchanting woman? Why was she seducing the sea demon? Moreover, from the looks of it, the enchanting woman's cultivation base hadn't even reached the life and death realm. Yet, she was able to use her charming technique to bewitch a life and death realm sea demon. After making love, the enchanting woman put on her clothes. A blush appeared on her face, but it quickly disappeared. She snapped her fingers, and the bewildered sea demon instantly woke up. How was it? Did it feel good? The enchanting woman asked. Yes. The sea demon subconsciously said, but his face soon changed. What's going on? What did you do to me? The sea demon asked in a deep voice. I didn't do anything. I just poisoned your body. The enchanting woman smiled. Don't try to struggle. Only I have the antidote for this poison. As long as you use your strength, the poison will flare up. The sea demon didn't seem to believe her and urged his strength. In an instant, his body trembled, and he started foaming at the mouth. His entire body felt sore and powerless. The enchanting woman flicked a green pill and stuffed it into the sea demon's mouth. A moment later, the sea demon returned to his original state. It was extremely miraculous. As long as you're obedient, I'll give you the antidote on time. The enchanting woman said. Otherwise, you can just wait for your death. The sea demon's face changed, and his heart was filled with humiliation. However, he still chose to compromise in the end. Good, very good. From now on, you're my subordinate's dog. You'll do whatever I tell you to do. The enchanting woman shouted. Yes, master. Fang Chen was inwardly apprehensive. What kind of poison was this? Even a life and death realm emperor couldn't resist it. And who is this enchanting woman? Why is she doing this? Don't expose yourself. After you return, try your best to lure as many life and death realm monarchs as you can to meet me here. The enchanting woman instructed. The poison in your body will relapse every 7 days. If you don't have my antidote, you will definitely die, the enchanting woman said. The sea monster nodded and then quickly left. At this moment, the alluring woman's gaze fell on a certain spot in the void. Haven't you seen enough? Fang Chen stared blankly for a moment before walking out of the void awkwardly. I didn't expect him to be a human. Furthermore, he's so handsome. The enchanting woman licked her dry lips and said. Who are you? Fang Chen asked. I can see it in your eyes. If you want to let go, then let go. The enchanting woman was bewitching Fang Chen. Dong the golden heart beat rapidly, and Fang Chen's mind suddenly became clear. Swish. Fang Chen was the first to make a move. He arrived beside the enchanting woman in an instant. Then, he stretched out his big hand and grabbed the woman's throat. You. The enchanting woman did not expect this person to be able to resist her bewitching technique. Speak, who are you? Fang Chen said coldly. Boy, I dare to bet that you can't kill me. The enchanting woman woke up from her shock and sneered. Really? Are you sure? While speaking, Fang Chen exerted force in his hand, and the enchanting woman's throat made a cracking sound. However, at this moment, a green pill appeared in the enchanting woman's hand. Fang Chen knew that this was the antidote that he had just given to the sea monster. Boom! The thumb-sized green pill exploded beside Fang Chen. The power of the explosion instantly sent Fang Chen's body flying. When he got up, the enchanting woman had already disappeared. Damn it! Fang Chen cursed. He could not stay here for long, so he quickly left. After escaping from Fang Chen's evil clutches, the enchanting woman was furious. Where did this guy come from? The enchanting woman muttered to herself. Coincidentally, she ran into Elder Luo Zhu, who had just escaped. The enchanting woman was full of anger and did not know where to vent it. She just happened to find a target. Immediately, she released a bewitching aura around her. When Elder Luo Zhu saw the enchanting woman, his eyes widened. Half an hour later, the enchanting woman used the same method to control Elder Luo Zhu. Then, she woke Elder Luo Zhu up. Slap. A slap landed on Elder Luo Zhu's face. Slap. Another slap was very loud. Facing the enchanting woman's fat slap, Elder Luo Zhu did not dare to fight back. He was poisoned and his life was in the hands of the enchanting woman, so he did not dare to act recklessly. He put all his hatred on Fang Chen. Sanguinati, I will never let you go. Elder Luo Zhu thought to himself. After a while, the enchanting woman finished venting her anger. Then, she asked, "What are you doing here?" "Master, I am chasing after a human martial artist." Luo Zhu replied in a low voice. Human martial artist. Luo Zhu described Sanguinati's appearance to the enchanting woman. After hearing it, the latter's face turned cold. "I'll give you a chance. Go and capture him." The enchanting woman said, "Capture him alive." "Yes, master." Walking out of the forest, Fang Chen arrived at the entrance of a stone cave. There were 3 passages at the entrance of the stone cave. Each passage was pitch black, and his divine sense could not see through them. How should I choose? Fang Chen hesitated. How should he choose? If he had not met the enchanting woman, he could have chosen any passage. However, after meeting the enchanting woman, he felt the seriousness of the situation. Why was the enchanting woman here? What was her goal in controlling a life and death realm emperor? All of this made Fang Chen extremely puzzled. Fang Chen even wondered if there was a huge force behind the enchanting woman. Just as Fang Chen was pondering, Luo Zhu appeared. Sanguinati. Elder Luo Zhu said in a deep voice. Elder Luo Zhu walked over and looked at Sanguinati vigilantly. Sanguinati, we seem to have fallen into a dangerous situation. Why don't we let go of our former enmity and work together? Our personal grudges can wait until we get out of here. Elder Luo Zhu's words left Fang Chen a little confused. However, Fang Chen soon thought of something. Could it be that Elder Luo Zhu is also being controlled by the demoness? Thinking of this, Fang Chen was inwardly vigilant. We can work together, but you have to tell me who told you to spread the news of me entering Winged Dragon Danger Ground. Fang Chen asked. This, Luo Zhu's expression changed. It's the second elder. He's colluding with the Yuan race and wants to kill you. As expected. Fang Chen sneered as he saw Luo Zhu approaching. Stop right there, Fang Chen berated. Sanguinati, let's work together. Before Elder Luo Zhu could finish speaking, Fang Chen interrupted him. Elder Luo Zhu, I have one more request. If you agree, I'll work with you, said Fang Chen. Luo Zhu's fury soared, but he held back. Speak. Your cultivation base far surpasses mine. I don't feel safe working with you. Unless you break your own arms, mocked Fang Chen. Sanguinati, you're messing with me. Luo Zhu roared furiously. Yes, I'm messing with you, sneered Fang Chen. He looked at Luo Zhu like he was an idiot. You're courting death. Luo Zhu was furious. He opened his hand and a terrifying power shot toward Fang Chen. Crash. A cave residence appeared in front of the 3 paths. This is the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. Seeing this, Luo Zhu turned pale with fright. Sanguinati can actually control the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. This discovery set off waves of shock in Luo Zhu's heart. After a long while, he calmed down. CCC Pavilion Master, Sanguinati is hiding in his cave residence. I can't capture him. Luo Zhu messaged the woman. The latter quickly replied. Stay there and guard him. I'll be there soon. In the forest, the enchanting woman's eyes revealed a trace of coldness as she sped forward. Human, you better pray that you don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll make you my slave forever. Chapter 1562. Elder Luo Zhu was at the second level of life and death realm, and was very strong. Although Fang Chen was strong, he was still at the fortune realm. It would be very difficult to make up for this gap with the space-time cultivation system. And in this dangerous place, it was even more impossible to use the dark demonic wheel. Once he used it, he would fall into a deep sleep. The enchanting woman was still in the dark, and he would be in endless danger. Therefore, Fang Chen didn't hesitate to activate the coiling moon immortal cave and enter it. Swoosh! Under Fang Chen's control, the coiling moon immortal cave turned into a thumb-sized particle. Sanguinati, you can't escape. Luo Zhu sneered and stretched out his hand. A wild aura spread out and sealed the surrounding space. Luo Zhu was currently in the process of comprehending laws. If he had grasped a law, he wouldn't be in such a passive position. However, even so, the methods of a life and death realm emperor were not something Fang Chen could imagine. Sealing the void, the coiling moon immortal cave was sealed. Even if Fang Chen controlled the cave, he couldn't break free. Looking at the small particle, Luo Zhu's body emitted a frightening cold aura. Boom! Luo Zhu clenched his fist and gathered all the power in his body before punching out. Dong! The entire ground trembled, and the three passages swayed. The small particle smashed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. I don't believe you can hide here forever. Luo Zhu attacked the coiling moon immortal cave crazily. Inside the cave, Fang Chen was in full control. Rumble. The cave would shake from time to time, but it didn't affect Fang Chen. Damn it. Fang Chen couldn't help but curse. He wasn't Luo Zhu's opponent yet. The latter's seal would definitely attract the demonic woman. I have to think of a way to get out as soon as possible. Fang Chen inwardly said. Soon after, he sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and started cultivating. Outside. Hoo. The enchanting woman quickly rushed over. Where is he? Asked the enchanting woman. Master, he is hiding in his portable cave. My attacks are unable to blast him open. I can only seal the void. Luo Zhu said respectfully when he saw the alluring woman. Actually, Luo Zhu was also furious at the enchanting woman. But there was nothing he could do. He had no choice but to lower his head under the eaves. Luo Zhu was an elder of the Luo clan, one of the three great god clans. As a life and death realm monarch, as long as he didn't seek death in the lower realms, he wouldn't be in any danger. However, he wholeheartedly wanted to increase his cultivation. For this reason, he did not hesitate to pay any price and entered the pterosaur danger ground. Who would have thought that in the process of chasing Sanguinati, they would encounter such a terrifying demoness? He could sense the aura of someone in the blessed realm from the demoness. In other words, the demoness was only a creation realm martial artist. He was a life and death realm monarch, yet he was being controlled by a fortune realm demonic woman. Moreover, he had to listen to her every word. Damn it, if I get the antidote, I will tear you to shreds. Luo Zhu swore in his heart. The beautiful eyes of the enchanting woman frowned as she looked at the small speck within the seal. Do you know what cave this is? The enchanting woman asked. Master, this cave is called the Coiling Moon Cave. It was left behind by a powerful being in the god world. I don't know how Sanguinati could control it. Luo Zhu said. Hearing this, the enchanting woman's face changed slightly. A cave left behind by a powerful being in the god world. This is troublesome. The enchanting woman muttered to herself. In her mind, she was quickly thinking of a solution. After a while, the enchanting woman made a decision. You stay here and guard. I will go look for reinforcements. With that, the enchanting woman turned and left. Inside the Coiling Moon Cave, Fang Chen was racking his brains to think of a solution. He borrowed the power of heaven and earth in the cave to temper his body and increase his cultivation. However, he was stuck at the 8th level of the creation realm. This made Fang Chen speechless. Suddenly, he sensed that the enchanting woman had left. Let's give it a try. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Soon after, he gritted his teeth and stood up. Buzz. Fang Chen controlled the coiling moon cave and crazily attacked the seal. At the same time, Fang Chen walked out of the coiling moon cave. Without saying a word, he took out the dark demonic wheel. A terrifying dark aura surged out like a vast ocean. Boom! The earth was trembling, and the 3 passageways were swaying as if they would shatter at any moment. Crack! The seal that Luo Zhu had set up shattered instantly. The sudden change made Luo Zhu's face change drastically. Sanguinati, you are courting death. Luo Zhu bellowed and immediately launched a fierce attack. Boom! However, before his attack could get close to Fang Chen, he felt a terrifying dark aura. No! Elder Luo Zhu panicked and roared in anger. His primordial spirit was trembling. This was the first time he felt the aura of death. Whoosh! Elder Luo Zhu kept retreating and attacking crazily. The master and disciple blocked the dark aura. However, he was at his lowest point. The power of the dark demonic wheel. Crack! When the dark aura enveloped Luo Zhu, the latter's body was directly shattered. Only a wisp of broken primordial spirit was left behind and escaped. At the same time, Fang Chen hurriedly put away the dark demonic wheel and entered the coiling moon cave. The starlight in his chi si was instantly drained of energy. His eyelids were fighting and he was about to fall asleep. Go down. Before falling asleep, Fang Chen controlled the coiling moon immortal cave and broke through the shattered seal. Then, he directly charged into the passage in the middle. Whoosh! After the coiling moon cave entered the passage, it disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. In front of the passage, a terrifying aura spread out. The surrounding towering trees instantly withered and turned yellow. As Fang Chen's strength increased, the power of the dark demonic wheel was also gradually unsealed. The domineering dark aura harvested the vitality of the surrounding plants. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Then, led by the enchanting woman, 7 or 8 beautiful women quickly rushed over. They sensed the remnant aura in the air and their expressions changed. Junior Sister Shui, what happened? The woman in yellow asked in a low voice. The enchanting woman's expression was gloomy. She tried to contact Luo Zhu. Soon, Luo Zhu's reply came. Then, Luo Zhu, who had been hiding in the dark, appeared. Right now, he was just a wisp of primordial spirit. He was about to fall asleep and his life was in danger. Master, Sanguinati has a supreme treasure. It's extremely powerful. I can't block it. My body is broken and my primordial spirit is damaged. Ballmaster, save me. Luo Zhu begged for help. Trash, you can't even keep a manifestation realm human in check, said the enchanting woman coldly. Where did he go? Master, you can't blame me. Sanguinati's supreme treasure is too powerful. Even the 5 heads of the human race are envious of it. How could I block it? Luo Zhu bitterly smiled. He entered the passage in the middle. Whoosh! The enchanting woman opened her mouth and a small green snake shot out from her red lips, pouncing towards Luo Zhu's primordial spirit in the sky. Ah! The small green snake drilled into Luo Zhu's primordial spirit and began to devour it. Master, save me! Luo Zhu cried out in fear. The enchanting woman looked on coldly. In the blink of an eye, Luo Zhu's primordial spirit completely disappeared and the small green snake returned to her mouth. Junior Sister Shui, what happened? A few beautiful women who had followed the enchanting woman asked. Junior Sister Shui, it seems even you have times when you fail. Junior Sister Shui, you can't control a mere manifestation realm human. Your charm technique is only SOSO. A few mocked her. The enchanting woman said, this person is very mysterious. His body confused with the void and he has an immortal cave left behind by an almighty expert of the divine world. I originally wanted to call my senior sisters over, but I didn't know the refining flame-burning heart formation and forced him to appear. Everyone already knew what happened next. According to what you said, this person's supreme treasure is truly extraordinary, said the yellow-clothed woman from before. The enchanting woman no longer spoke and looked at the 3 passages. What do we do now? "What can we do?" "We can only return," said one of the women. "You should know how terrifying these 3 passages are. If we rashly enter, we'll definitely die." In the end, they all left. Chapter 1563. Elder Luo Zhu's death was his own doing. If he hadn't dealt with Fang Chen, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Inside the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave, Fang Chen fell unconscious. However, before he lost consciousness, the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave rushed into a passage in the middle. In fact, Fang Chen didn't want to take the risk, but he had no choice. He couldn't just sit and wait. From the words of the woman, there should be a terrifying power behind her. Once he fell unconscious, the defense of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave would be greatly weakened. After entering the passage, the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave kept falling. From time to time, arrows would shoot out from the passage with terrifying power, comparable to the attacks of life and death realm monarchs. Along the way, they encountered countless dangers. Fortunately, the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave was left behind by the Coiling Moon War Immortal, so its defense was extremely strong. In the end, the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave blocked all the attacks and fell to the ground. There was a pool of lava here, with scalding flames jumping inside. Dong! The Coiling Moon Immortal Cave landed beside the lava, stirring up a lot of dust. After a long time, the place calmed down, and a white thing suddenly appeared in the lava. Then, the white thing poked its head out of the lava. It was a large, white dog that looked like a pug. It was in the lava, but the scorching lava couldn't hurt it. "What is this?" The big white dog was puzzled, and it carefully observed the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. After checking for a full hour, he finally jumped out of the magma and onto the shore. So strange. The big white dog spoke in human language. It arrived in front of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave and scratched it with its big paws. It found that the defense of the cave was very strong. What a strong defense. The big white dog was surprised, and then said helplessly, "Unfortunately, the seal in my body can't be removed. Otherwise, I would have shattered it." After studying for a long time, the big white dog couldn't do anything about the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. In the end, it lay on the ground and looked at the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave with its head raised. It had been a long time since an outsider entered this place, and the big white dog was very lonely. Seeing the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave, it was very curious. Every few hours, the big white dog's stomach would rumble, and it would return to the lava. After a while, he patted his round belly and jumped to the shore again. Time passed quickly. This time, Fang Chen was in a coma for nearly half a month. This was because he had become a Grandmaster Soul Cultivator and was able to resist some of the backlash from the Dark Demonic Wheel. Within the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave, Fang Chen rubbed his head, feeling some pain. Instantly, pain spread throughout his entire body. Whoosh! The little mouse suddenly appeared and worriedly asked, "Boss, are you alright?" "I'm fine." Fang Chen mobilized the power within the starlight to recover from his weakened state. After a while, Fang Chen's expression eased a little. He stood up from the ground and took control of the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. His gaze passed through the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave and looked outside. This is there. Fang Chen clearly remembered that he had controlled the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave and entered the middle passage. How did he end up here? However, what shocked Fang Chen even more was that the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave that had been in perfect condition had actually been reduced to an incomparably sorry state. This, Fang Chen was a little shocked. What kind of danger had he encountered along the way? Even the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave, which had a super strong defense, had been reduced to such a sorry state. At the same time, Fang Chen's heart also palpitated. Fortunately, he had not been rash back then. Otherwise, he would have died countless times already. Fortunately, the basic functions of the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave can still be used. Although it's a little damaged, the defense is enough. Fang Chen said with a sigh of relief. At this moment, a voice rang out from within the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. "Human, quickly come out." Hearing this voice, Fang Chen turned pale with fright. He hurriedly looked outside the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave and saw a big white dog lying on the ground, staring at the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. Is it talking? Fang Chen was a little stunned. How did the big white dog know that he was hiding in the coiling moon celestial cave? Also, how could his voice be transmitted in here? A series of questions surfaced in his mind. This made Fang Chen even more fearful of the world inside the passage. Just what was the winged dragon danger zone hiding? First, he had encountered the bewitching woman, and then he had fallen into this place. And now, he had encountered an extremely strange big white dog. Are you talking? Fang Chen probingly asked. Nonsense, of course it's me talking. Who else but me? The big white dog glanced at the coiling moon celestial cave and said impatiently. Who are you? Asked Fang Chen. I'm me, said the big white dog. Fang Chen was speechless. Although the big white dog seemed gentle, it actually gave him a very dangerous feeling. Before he figured out the big white dog's goal, he definitely couldn't go out. I was unconscious for so long, and the big white dog was outside the entire time. It didn't charge in. This means that with its strength, it can't break through the coiling moon celestial cave's defenses. Fang Chen thought to himself. After a while, Fang Chen recovered his composure. He controlled the coiling moon celestial cave and communicated with the big white dog. What is this place? Asked Fang Chen. Human, why are you talking so much nonsense? I'm very lonely. Come out and accompany me, said the big white dog. I don't even know where I am. What if I go out and get eaten by you? Fang Chen definitely wouldn't joke around with his life. Boss, there's something wrong with this big white dog. Little Mouse said in a low voice. He could feel the suppression of his bloodline. In the world of monster beasts, there were only a few that could suppress the heaven-devouring divine rat in terms of bloodline. Fang Chen and the big white dog chatted for a while. The big white dog was hungry, and it quickly dove into the fiery red lava. Seeing this, Fang Chen was even more shocked. Based on the temperature of the lava, even a manifestation realm martial artist wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even if a manifestation realm martial artist entered, they would be instantly turned into ashes. But the big white dog could enter and exit as it pleased. What is this place? Fang Chen sank into deep thought. He guessed that the big white dog was something like a guardian, guarding this place. Gurgle. Some bubbles appeared on the surface of the lava. The big white dog jumped out once again. Eating lava? That's too exaggerated. Fang Chen was stunned. Little Mouse, on the other hand, didn't think much of it. Boss, this is nothing. The universe is big, and there are all kinds of strange things. Some races are born with very powerful innate abilities. For example, our heaven-devouring divine rat race can devour all ores in the universe, even primordial ancestral stones. Little Mouse said. However, this big white dog shouldn't be able to compare to our heaven-devouring divine rat race. Okay. Fang Chen turned to look at Little Mouse. Little Mouse had just felt the suppression of his bloodline, so why was it saying something like this now? Boss, I really did feel the suppression of my bloodline, but I soon discovered that it wasn't the suppression of my bloodline. It was the suppression of the aura of a monster. Rather than saying that the big white dog is a special monster beast race, it's better to say that it's a powerful ordinary monster beast. The only reason the big white dog was able to suppress me was because it was too powerful. It was so powerful that I couldn't even catch up to it. Little Mouse said. But it couldn't even open the coiling moon immortal cave, Fang Chen said. Little Mouse shook its head. It was a heaven-devouring divine rat, and as a monster beast, it was extremely sensitive to other monster beasts. My guess is that the big white dog's power has been sealed, and it's guarding something here. Little Mouse said. Fang Chen's heart trembled slightly when he heard this. On the shore of the lava, the big white dog pressed its paws against the coiling moon immortal cave. Human, if you don't come out, I'll toss this cave into the lava. The temperature of the lava was enough to incinerate everything. A mere cave definitely wouldn't be able to last for long. I can come out, but you have to tell me who you are. Fang Chen transmitted. The big white dog shook its head. How annoying. However, he still revealed his identity. If I said that I was a weapon, would you believe me? The large white dog asked. 88.8. A weapon. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. What kind of weapon could do this? Feed on lava? He didn't believe the big white dog's words. "I know you don't believe me, but I can only say that your vision is too narrow," said the big white dog. "If you don't want to come out, that's fine. Have that mouse by your side come out." Chapter 1564. The big white dog's words made Fang Chen exclaim in his heart. What kind of existence was it? It even recognized the god-devouring rat. One had to know that in the lower realm, there were only a handful of people who could recognize the god-devouring rat. In the entire universe, there was only one little mouse in the god-devouring rat clan. There was once another one that followed the Zhongjian emperor, but it had already fallen. "Big white dog, you know us god-devouring rats?" Little mouse widened its eyes and looked at the big white dog. The big white dog stood lazily, stuck out its tongue, and laughed. "Isn't it just a god-devouring rat? I almost ate one once." Hearing this, Fang Chen was speechless. If what the big white dog said was true, then it was too terrifying. The god-devouring rat's innate ability was incomparably heaven-defying, and the big white dog had almost eaten it. "Big white dog, keep bragging," Little Mouse said disdainfully. No one knew better than it how terrifying the god-devouring rat clan was. It thought that the big white dog's words were simply nonsense. However, the big white dog didn't care. "Kid, are you coming out or not?" the big white dog said impatiently. Then, the big white dog's big paw hugged the coiling moon fairy cave and threw it into the hot magma. Not good. Before getting close to the magma, Fang Chen felt a scorching aura coming at him. Fang Chen pressed his foot down and exclaimed. Soon after, with a thought, he put away the coiling moon celestial cave. Then, with a leap, he jumped onto the shore of the lava. At the same time, the little mouse looked at the big white dog covetously. "Finally willing to come out?" The big white dog chuckled and looked at Fang Chen. Splash! Fang Chen operated the spacetime cultivation system, and the spacetime aura emerged. His figure merged into the void. Seeing this, the big white dog's eyes had a hint of imperceptible joy. "This kid is interesting." The big white dog didn't even look and grabbed at the void with its big paw. Suddenly, Fang Chen, who was hiding in the void, felt a trace of unease. He subconsciously moved his body out of thin air and was forced to show himself. How did you discover me?" Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. The Snow White Dog's methods were too powerful. It should be known that even a life and death realm monarch wouldn't be able to find him when he used the time-space book. Right now, the big white dog didn't even bother to look at him. It simply grabbed him and forced him to show himself. Was it a coincidence, or was the big white dog able to see him? At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. He tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart as he stared at the big white dog. "Kid, your cultivation is too shallow." The big white dog laughed loudly. It came to Fang Chen's side. He spread out his large hands and grabbed Fang Chen before plunging into the magma. Rumble at the same time, the entire space began to tremble as though it was about to collapse. Above the magma, outside the tunnel, the enchanting woman and the others were attracted by the sound of the tremors. "Junior Sister Shui, you were the first to arrive. What did you discover?" "That's right. Junior Sister Shui, this place is shaking. Is a supreme treasure coming into being? Look, the tunnel seems to be changing." 7 or 8 beautiful women arrived in front of the tunnel, their faces full of shock. "What's going on?" Junior Sister Shui's face was full of doubt. Before long, the life and death realm monarchs under her control arrived in front of the tunnel. "Master, what are your orders?" "The 3 of you, each take a tunnel and go down to take a look." The 3 tunnels were incomparably terrifying. For a long time, the enchanting woman and the faction behind her had been exploring the mysteries of the 3 tunnels. The people sent down suffered disastrous casualties. In the end, they didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. The 3 sea demons looked at each other in dismay, not daring to resist. They could only endure the fear in their hearts and jump into the tunnel. "Junior Sister Shui, how is it?" Not long after the 3 entered the tunnel, the other women hurriedly asked. "There's still no reaction," the enchanting woman said. "Sect Master is still in seclusion. What should we do now that something like this has happened?" the yellow-robed woman whispered. Just as the women were pondering, a trace of excitement suddenly appeared on the enchanting woman's face. Senior sisters, the three of them have successfully entered. What's successful? I know. All these changes must be related to the previous tremors. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go in and take a look. There was a supreme treasure at the bottom of the tunnel. Everyone had been drooling over it for a long time, but no one had been able to enter. Now that they could finally enter, how could they miss out on this opportunity? Should we inform the sect sisters first? The enchanting woman asked. This matter is of great importance. Let's go in and take a look first. What if the supreme treasure is obtained by someone else? Yeah, let's go in first. With our strength, even if we meet a life and death realm monarch, we won't be afraid. After some discussion, they finally decided to explore the tunnel. We can enter any of the 3 tunnels. Where should we go? The enchanting woman's gaze fell on the tunnel in the middle. Fang Chen's image appeared in her mind. The middle. After saying that, the enchanting woman took the lead and stepped into the tunnel. The other women followed closely behind. Fang Chen was caught off guard and was brought into the lava by the white dog. Immediately, a fiery aura spread out. So hot. Fang Chen felt an extreme pressure. However, right at this moment, the white dog spat out a wisp of white qi, which wrapped around Fang Chen. Immediately, the fiery aura disappeared. Where are you taking me? Fang Chen asked. You'll know when you get there, the white dog said. At this point, Fang Chen no longer struggled. The white dog was very strong. Moreover, it could even detect him when he merged with the space-time. Even if he struggled, it would be useless. He might as well let the white dog bring him into the lava. Huff. Huff. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Chen was brought into the depths of the lava. The fiery aura here could even threaten life and death realm monarchs. The little mouse's body finally couldn't take it anymore. You're too weak. You're a disgrace to the name of the heaven-devouring divine rat. The white dog glanced at the little mouse and said. Then, it spat out a white qi, which wrapped around the little mouse. How long have I cultivated? How can I compare to the ancestor? The little mouse curled its lips and said, if I cultivate for 10,000 years, no, just 1,000 years, I'll be able to surpass the ancestor and become the most outstanding heaven-devouring divine rat in history. Hearing the little mouse's lofty words, the white dog chuckled and didn't say anything else. On the shore of the lava, the enchanting woman and the others entered the passage. When they landed on the shore, their faces were covered in sweat. What is this place? It's so hot. This lava is too scary. Even life and death realm monarchs would die if they fell in. Be careful. This place is strange, the enchanting woman said in a low voice. She looked around, but didn't find anything. Let's go around the lava and take a look elsewhere, the enchanting woman said. The other women nodded. After going around the lava, they discovered a large bronze door. Is there a supreme treasure behind this bronze door? We'll know once we open it. After speaking, the yellow-clothed woman attacked. A terrifying power ruthlessly bombarded the bronze door. Dong. A deafening sound came from the bronze door. Soon after, the yellow-clothed woman's body was sent flying by the terrifying power. Master, this bronze door is very strange. We can't open it. Right at this moment, the 3 sea demons under the control of the enchanting woman walked out from behind a rock. You tried. The enchanting woman discovered that one of the sea demons' aura was weak, seemingly injured. The stronger the power used to attack the bronze door, the stronger the backlash. The injured sea demon said in a low voice. For a moment, everyone sank into contemplation. They were thinking of a way to open the bronze door. Being trapped outside the bronze door was not a good idea. Junior Sister Shui, do you have any ideas? Although the enchanting woman's seniority was the lowest, her prestige was very high. Many people were asking for her opinion. Chapter 1565. At the bottom of the magma. There was a palace here. In front of the palace, there were 2 warriors sitting cross-legged. Their bodies emitted a terrifying aura. Someone's here. Fang Chen opened his eyes wide in disbelief. What is this place? Why are there two people sitting in front of the palace? Fang Chen's appearance attracted their attention. Kuala. The two of them opened their eyes and looked at Fang Chen with deep gazes. Another guy from another cultivation system. One of the men in cotton clothes smiled. This guy looks very young. I wonder which cultivation system he cultivates. The other man said. Just as Fang Chen was in shock, the big white dog spoke. Kid, aren't you curious why I brought you here? The big white dog said, I can tell you now. Do you see the palace in front of you? This palace is called the Cultivation Palace. The big white dog said, anyone who can be brought here by me is a peerless genius who cultivates other cultivation systems. My master spent his entire life researching the connections between the major cultivation systems. He wants to create a heaven-defying cultivation system. The big white dog was very proud when he talked about his master. There are other cultivation systems in the universe. Fang Chen was shocked. The bone progenitor was the most powerful existence of the human race in this era. He created the spacetime cultivation system and shocked the entire universe. All this time, Fang Chen thought that other than the existing cultivation systems, there was only the spacetime cultivation system left behind by the bone progenitor. However, when he came here, he discovered that there were other cultivation systems in the universe. What was going on? Why didn't the bone progenitor say anything? Did the bone progenitor not know? To be able to create a unique cultivation system, he was definitely not an ordinary person. The bone progenitor should know. But why? The universe is big and full of wonders. There are many powerful people who have created other cultivation systems. Some warriors were not strong themselves, but they had been studying other cultivation systems. For example, these two guys in front of you cultivated other cultivation systems. The warriors who created these two cultivation systems are not strong. They did not even leave their names in the universe. This, Fang Chen couldn't understand. In fact, it is very difficult to create a unique cultivation system. Many people could not succeed in their entire lives. These two revered ones of the world died after creating their own cultivation systems. They only left behind their legacies, which were obtained by these two by chance. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. He had thought that he already had a good understanding of the lower realms. Now it seemed that the waters of the lower realm were too deep. However, their cultivation systems are not as strong as yours. The big white dog continued, the bone progenitor is recognized as the strongest human in this universe era. He is the totem of the human race. The space-time cultivation system he created is even more mysterious. No one can compare to him. Speaking of which, you're really lucky to be able to obtain the inheritance of the bone progenitor. Fang Chen listened to the white dog quietly. After hearing about the bone progenitor's space-time cultivation system, the two sitting cross-legged were shocked. They stared at Fang Chen with their dark eyes. What kind of existence is your master? Fang Chen could not help but ask. The white dog shook its head and said, my master's Daoist name is Longming. He has been around since the birth of the universe. The reason why he is not famous in the universe is because he is focused on studying cultivation systems. Back then, the bone ancestor also came to pay his respects to my master. After receiving my master's guidance, he comprehended the space-time cultivation system. Because my master's mind was not on the path of martial arts, he was not strong. The white dog said. My master left his insights here. Only warriors of other cultivation systems are qualified to obtain them. They have been here for 100 years, but they have been unable to open the palace door. What you need to do is to open the palace door. The white dog pointed at the cultivation palace in front of them. Fang Chen was a little excited. The inheritance left behind by the white dog's master must be extraordinary. He spent his entire life studying other cultivation systems. Kid, work hard. The white dog said. Then he looked at the little mouse, I'll take you to a good place. Not allowing the little mouse to refuse, the white dog grabbed the little mouse with its big paw and took him away. Fang Chen and the others were left looking at each other. The big white dog only introduced its master and the cultivation palace to him. However, the white dog did not say what was in the cultivation palace. This made Fang Chen speechless, but there was nothing he could do. It could be said that he was lucky to be able to come here. Little brother, your luck is really good. You actually obtained the bone progenitor's spacetime cultivation system. The linen-clothed man said with a smile. Yeah, I didn't expect to have another member in our team. The three of us have to work hard together in the future. The other person said. Fang Chen knew what he meant by work hard. Gathering his thoughts, Fang Chen turned to the two of them and asked, Brothers, is the door to the cultivation palace very difficult to open? Why don't you try and find out? The linen-clothed man looked at Fang Chen with interest. Fang Chen came to the door of the cultivation palace and gathered all his strength in his palms. Then, he exerted force and placed it on the door of the cultivation palace. Boom! An incredible force came from the door of the cultivation palace and drilled into Fang Chen's body, causing Fang Chen to vomit blood. Fang Chen was shocked and wanted to retreat. However, he found that his palms were stuck to the door of the cultivation palace and he could not pull them out. What's going on? An unimaginable power drilled into his body, destroying his internal organs. The space-time cultivation system started operating on its own. Immediately, Fang Chen fell into a state of shock. Fang Chen's face was full of shock. When the space-time cultivation system started operating, it easily absorbed the force that was destroying his body. Moreover, Fang Chen could clearly feel that the space-time aura was pouring into the cultivation palace. What's going on? Dong. His mind felt as if it was struck by lightning. An obscure voice was transmitted into Fang Chen's mind. Then, Fang Chen felt a wave of tiredness coming from his body. Then, he closed his eyes and fell into a coma. The two martial artists were talking and laughing. Do you think this kid can enter the dream realm to cultivate? I think it will be difficult. When you and I first came here, we were directly blown away by the door of the cultivation palace. The linen-clothed man was not optimistic about Fang Chen. However, just as he finished speaking, a tremor came from the cultivation palace. Then, the two of them looked at the unconscious Fang Chen in shock. How is this difficult? The linen-clothed man cried out. The other man was relatively calm. He was able to obtain the space-time cultivation system of the bone progenitor. His potential is already heaven-defying. This is nothing. On the shore of the magma, the enchanting woman and the others had been looking for the mechanism to open the bronze door. However, no matter how hard they searched, it was in vain. Junior Sister Shui, we can't find the mechanism at all. Yeah, I think this bronze door can only be opened with absolute strength. Why don't we inform our senior sisters? In the end, after a discussion, they finally decided to inform their senior sisters. Terra saw forbidden land, somewhere under the ground. It was dark. Suddenly, a black-clothed woman appeared. She picked up the communication jade pendant. After hearing the words that came from it, her expression changed greatly. Then, she suddenly slapped out with her fair hand. Instantly, the sound of a bell rang in the pitch-black underground. The sound of the bell, what's going on? Who summoned us? The sound of the bell would not ring easily unless there was an emergency. After a while, everyone came in front of the black-clothed woman. Senior Sister Ding, what happened? Senior Sister Ding, did the foreign race and the sea demon race discover our stronghold? Why are you afraid of them? If they dare to come, just kill them. Several women said aloud. The black-clothed woman looked around and said in a deep voice, Junior Sister Shui and the others entered the passage. Boom! Exclamations came from the crowd. They were hiding here to explore the passage and obtain the treasures inside. Chapter 1566. Under the guidance of the black-robed woman, many of her fellow disciples quickly arrived in front of the passage. At this moment, the three passages had already changed their appearance, and no dangerous aura emerged. Because she had already learned of the situation from Junior Sister Shui, the black-robed woman didn't hesitate and directly entered the middle passage. A moment later, many of her fellow disciples gathered together. Junior Sister Shui, what's the situation? The black-robed woman called Senior Sister Ding walked around the magma and arrived in front of the enchanting woman, asking in a low voice. Seeing the arrival of her fellow disciples, the enchanting woman pointed at the bronze gate and said, We came here and found this bronze gate. However, no matter how hard we tried, we couldn't open it. Bronze gate. Senior Sister Ding's gaze looked at the bronze gate, and a trace of pleasant surprise appeared in her eyes. Soon after, she personally walked in front of the bronze gate. She gathered all her strength and attacked the bronze gate. Dong! Countless complicated patterns appeared on the bronze gate. These patterns instantly formed a whirlpool, and a tyrannical devouring power appeared from the whirlpool, directly devouring Senior Sister Ding's strength. Bang! At the same time, Senior Sister Ding's body was sent flying. Senior Sister Ding. The enchanting woman saw this and asked worriedly, "I'm fine." Senior Sister Ding's face was gloomy as she stared at the bronze gate. There must be a supreme treasure behind the bronze gate. With our strength, it's impossible to open it. Senior Sister Ding said. Then what do we do? Seeing the supreme treasure in front of them, but unable to obtain it, everyone was incomparably anxious. For the supreme treasure behind the passage, they had prepared for many years, and were unwilling to give up. Hearing everyone's question, Senior Sister Ding's eyes flickered, and a light flashed in her mind. Although we can't open it, we can let the sea demons and other races outside help us consume the power of the bronze gate. Hearing this, everyone was tempted. Soon after, Senior Sister Ding issued an order: those who have cultivated the GU arts to large success, go out and control the sea demons and other races. The reason why they didn't go out before was because the sea demons and other races had experts that made them apprehensive. The second reason was because they didn't want to cause more trouble. But now, it was different. The gate master was in seclusion, and they could only use this method to open the bronze gate. Moreover, those who had cultivated the GU arts to large success had a high success rate. It would be best if we could control some life and death realm monarchs. Senior Sister Ding said. After a while, all the women who cultivated GU left. This was their mission, to use as many GU arts as possible to control life and death realm monarchs. Right at this moment, the beautiful woman glanced at Senior Sister Ding and said, "Senior Sister Ding, let me go as well." Senior Sister Ding thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Senior Sister Ding and the others had their eyes fixed on the bronze gate. Little did they know that the real treasure was in the cultivation palace beneath the magma. The master of the cultivation palace was known as Long Ming. Although he was not as strong as the bone progenitor, he was not as strong as the bone progenitor. In the universe, no one knew. However, the success of the research was still quite terrifying. If the outside world knew that the bone progenitor had also been guided by Long Ming to comprehend the spacetime cultivation system, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. At this moment, at the bottom of the magma, in front of the cultivation palace, Fang Chen placed his hands on the door of the cultivation palace. Strands of power flowed out from the cultivation palace and fused into Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen closed his eyes and fell into a coma. He seemed to be unconscious, but he was actually cultivating in his dream. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Fang Chen was still cultivating, which made the two men envious. "This kid is really lucky. He hasn't woken up after a month," the linen-clothed man said. "Yeah. Back then, the two of us fought with our lives on the line, but we only cultivated in the dream for more than 20 days. The other cultivator said. In the end, the two looked at each other and smiled. They shook their heads and sighed. In the dream, Fang Chen saw an unparalleled expert. This unparalleled expert stood in the void. His black clothes fluttered in the wind, and his aura shook the heavens. His gaze was deep as he stared at the battle beneath his feet. Below him, there was a huge battlefield. There were countless life and death realm monarchs fighting on the battlefield. Fang Chen recognized the battle between the alien race and the human race. The battle was very tragic. From time to time, life and death realm monarchs would die. Suddenly, the black-clothed cultivator revealed his withered palm. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen exclaimed in his heart. He already knew who this person was. He stood at the peak of the human race and created the space-time cultivation system, the bone progenitor. Bone progenitor, Fang Chen shouted. The bone progenitor's withered palm slowly raised, and the space-time aura gathered. Then, The bone progenitor clenched his fist and loosened it. Suddenly, a terrifying space-time aura enveloped the entire battlefield. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded in the sky. The bone progenitor made his move. He used a thunderous method to forcefully end the battle. Wherever the terrifying space-time aura passed, the alien race either died or suffered heavy injuries. The human race cultivators fought back. Soon, the battle ended. From beginning to end, Fang Chen stared at the bone progenitor's figure. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil. Although the bone progenitor's figure did not move, Fang Chen knew that the bone progenitor had just moved. This is the true space-time cultivation system. Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. In that instant, the bone progenitor's figure moved at least 10,000 times. Every time it moved, it caused a large number of alien race cultivators to die. If not for the fact that Fang Chen was also a space-time cultivator, he would not have been able to see the bone progenitor's movements. Fang Chen's heart trembled. After coming into close contact with the bone progenitor, he saw how the space-time cultivation system operated. His mind was filled with the scene just now. Unknowingly, his understanding of the space-time book deepened. The battle ended. The human race cultivators were all shouting the bone progenitor's name. The bone progenitor nodded slightly. Its gaze pierced through space-time and looked at a certain place. Fang Chen was shocked to find that the bone progenitor's gaze seemed to be looking directly at him. Space-time. The bone progenitor softly uttered 2 words, which immediately echoed in Fang Chen's mind. The next moment, the scene disappeared. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with darkness. The 2 words uttered by the bone progenitor echoed in his mind. These 2 words contained some of the bone progenitor's understanding of the space-time cultivation system. It shook his soul. Fang Chen fell into an epiphany. The true meaning of space-time spread out. The space-time book's incantation was circulating in his body. Open. After an hour, Fang Chen shouted in his mind. Suddenly, the space-time book broke through the 2nd level and reached the 3rd level. Fang Chen was overjoyed. Immediately, he waved his hand. The true meaning of space-time around him finally broke through the bottleneck and reached the 9th stage. Whoosh! In an instant, Fang Chen opened his eyes and shot out 2 substantial rays of space-time light. Dong! The space-time light hit the door of the cultivation palace. A series of ear-piercing sounds erupted and finally dissipated. However, because of this, the door of the cultivation palace was slightly dented. The 2 martial artists in the distance stood up. Their faces were filled with shock. The door of the cultivation palace is dented. How is this possible? His strength is so strong. The 2 martial artists looked at the door of the cultivation palace in disbelief. After countless confirmations, they finally believed the truth in front of them. The 2 of them took a deep breath. A hint of joy appeared in the depths of their eyes. Perhaps, their chance had come. Perhaps, the appearance of this person could really open the cultivation palace. The shock in Fang Chen's heart could not be calmed down for a long time. The bone progenitor's cultivation system is too powerful. Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. Just by looking at the bone progenitor's space-time cultivation system, he could comprehend it. The space-time book had reached the 3rd level. The true meaning of space-time had also reached the 9th stage. This feeling is really good. The true meaning of space-time surrounded him. Fang Chen felt that he could merge with space-time at any time. Brother, you are too strong. Yes, brother. You actually dented the door of the cultivation palace. I, Liu Xiong, am impressed. The linen-clothed man, Liu Xiong, said. Hearing this, Fang Chen remembered that there were 2 people here. He smiled at the 2 of them. It was just luck. Fang Chen said humbly. Chapter 1567. The first time Fang Chen came here, he entered the dream realm to cultivate. Moreover, it took him more than a month, which made the 2 of them blush with shame. Now, when they saw the small dent on the door of the cultivation palace, they were even more shocked. At this moment, they finally let go of their pride and took the initiative to befriend Fang Chen. When Fang Chen was brought here by the big white dog, although the 2 of them were surprised, they were only surprised by the bone progenitor inheritance. As for Fang Chen himself, they did not think highly of him. The space-time cultivation system was very difficult to cultivate, and Fang Chen had only cultivated for a short time, so it was impossible for him to completely control the space-time cultivation system. But now, they had completely changed their view of Fang Chen. The linen-clothed man, Liu Xiong, had not smiled for a long time. When he saw Fang Chen, he was full of smiles. They had been here for a long time, but they were unable to open the cultivation palace. But now, they saw hope. Brother, don't be humble. In terms of potential, you are stronger than both of us. Liu Xiong said, it is fate that the three of us are able to meet again. Moreover, the three of us have our own cultivation system, so we can be considered as fellow cultivators. My name is Liu Xiong, what's your name? Fang Chen. Brother Fang Chen, from today onwards, you are the brother of Liu Xiong. Although I am not very strong, if you are in trouble, I will help you without hesitation. Liu Xiong said generously. The other cultivator beside him also said, Brother Fang Chen, I am Saber 3. The three of them got along well. The two of them were able to obtain other cultivation systems, so they were naturally dragons and phoenixes among men. Fang Chen definitely wouldn't resist befriending such a person. After chatting for a while, the linen-clothed man, Liu Xiong, said, in the future, the three of us will have to help each other. Only when we are familiar with each other can we unleash our full strength. Let me introduce myself first. The cultivation system I have is called the bloodline cultivation system. The bloodline cultivation system is to absorb as many powerful bloodlines as possible to improve one's own bloodline to reach the strongest state, Liu Xiong said. It was clear that Liu Xiong did not hide anything from Fang Chen. He even told him the details of the bloodline cultivation system. Actually, this was not a big deal. Different cultivation systems meant that there would be no competition for resources. I see. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. This bloodline cultivation system was also very domineering. I wonder if this bloodline cultivation system only absorbs the power of human bloodlines, or can it absorb the power of demon beasts, asked Fang Chen. I can absorb all of them. As long as it's a super powerful bloodline, it'll help me greatly. According to my master's last words, the bloodline cultivation system has yet to be truly perfected. However, he believed that the most perfect bloodline cultivation system, when cultivated to the extreme, would possess a bloodline that would shock the heavens. Liu Xiong said proudly. In terms of bloodline power, he was the strongest among the three. Amazing, Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Every cultivation system was a kind of innovation and also a kind of challenge. My cultivation system is called the Golden Shield Cultivation System. The ultimate goal is to increase the strength of the physical body to the strongest state. Sword 3 said, the most obvious characteristic of my cultivation system is that I can endlessly take over powerful bodies and use them for myself. My master said that when cultivated to the extreme of our cultivation system, the trembling of the physical body can shatter the heavens. Fang Chen nodded slightly. It seemed that Sword 3's cultivation system was similar to Liu Xiong's. One was to devour the strongest bloodline, the other was to take over the strongest body. In short, they were both to increase one's strength. After listening to the two's introduction, Fang Chen was filled with emotions. So far, he only knew of these three cultivation systems in the lower realm. He didn't know if there were other cultivation systems hidden in the dark, but these were no longer within his scope of thinking. Fang Chen also gave a simple introduction of the space-time cultivation system. When he said that when cultivated to the extreme of this system, one could merge with space-time, the two's expressions changed drastically. Immediately, the two gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. The bone progenitor's cultivation system is really domineering. If it completely merges with space-time, who would be able to discover it? It's definitely a good way to save one's life, Sword 3 said. Yes, not only can it save one's life, but it'll also be unexpected when it comes to assassination, Liu Xiong said. After having a preliminary understanding of the space-time cultivation system, the two were even more optimistic about Fang Chen. Brother Fang Chen, the three of us will need to work together to open the cultivation palace, Liu Xiong said with a smile. Let's work together. In front of the cultivation palace, it was joyous and harmonious. However, the pterosaur forbidden land above was not peaceful at all. At the end of the day, the root of all the turmoil was the rootless grass. News of the rootless grass spread throughout the pterosaur forbidden land. The pterosaur forbidden land's environment was already very harsh. After the sea demon tribe and the life and death emperors of the other tribes were defeated, they fled here without a leader. They urgently needed cultivation resources to increase their cultivation base. In order to survive in such a harsh environment, everyone went crazy. In the outside world, the rootless grass was one of the top resources. And now, it had actually appeared in the pterosaur forbidden land. How could the pterosaur forbidden land not go crazy? The appearance of the rootless grass caused an intense war to break out in the 5 regions of the pterosaur forbidden land. The first to bear the brunt was the 7 tigers forbidden land. The 7 strongest people in the 7 tigers forbidden land each commanded many different tribes. Fang Chen had unintentionally obtained the rootless grass, causing the Black Chilean King and Duo King to turn against each other. In the battle that day, Duo King was slightly inferior and eventually escaped. Half a month later, Duo King made a comeback. This time, Duo King roped in 3 of the 7 tigers forbidden land. The 4 experts joined hands to besiege the Black Chilean King. The battle shook the heavens and the earth, and in the end, the Black Chilean King died miserably. The Black Chilean King's death angered the strongest expert in the 7 tigers forbidden land, Jinbo King. Jinbo King led the other 2 tigers and engaged in an intense battle with Duo King and the other 2. The entire 7 tigers forbidden land descended into chaos. In a short month, 4 of the 7 tigers forbidden land's 7 tigers forbidden land were injured or killed. The 4 experts, including Duo King, had all fallen. In the end, only Jinbo King's group of 3 stood at the highest point of the 7 tigers forbidden land. Jinbo King used this opportunity to unify the entire 7 tigers forbidden land with his absolute strength, becoming the true commander of the 7 tigers forbidden land. Duo King's group had no choice but to submit to Jinbo King's might. After unifying the 7 tigers forbidden land, Jinbo King began to inquire about the rootless grass whereabouts. In the end, he learned that the rootless grass had most likely appeared in the 3 gods forbidden land. Jinbo King began to march into the 3 gods forbidden land. At the same time, the demonesses hidden in the dark were also waiting for an opportunity to act. On this day, the enchanting junior sister Shui infiltrated the 7 tigers forbidden land. She had heard that the 7 tigers forbidden land had just experienced a great battle and should have an opportunity. After arriving at the 7 tigers forbidden land, the enchanting woman had been hiding in the dark, searching for her target. Finally, after hiding for 7 days, she found her target. He was clad in armor and had 2 horns on his head. This person was the Flood Dragon clan's 10,000 Flood Dragon King. 10,000 Flood Dragon King was a mid-level life and death expert. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. However, the enchanting woman had her reasons for choosing the 10,000 Flood Dragon King as her target. Through her observation and investigation, she discovered that the 10,000 Flood Dragon King was a sex fiend. He often bullied women of other races. As long as they were good-looking, the 10,000 Flood Dragon King would bring them back to his mansion to enjoy. The enchanting woman's clothes were revealing and extremely sexy. She quickly walked on a winding path. Huff, huff. Soon, she saw the 10,000 Flood Dragon King. Puff. She ran in front of the 10,000 Flood Dragon King and kneeled on the ground. Lord 10,000 Flood Dragon King, please save me. She pretended that someone was chasing her and begged the 10,000 Flood Dragon King for mercy. Originally, the 10,000 Flood Dragon King didn't want to pay attention to her. However, after seeing the enchanting woman's face, his eyes became dazzled. It's so beautiful. The 10,000 Flood Dragon King said in a low voice. Soon after, he helped the enchanting woman up and said, "Don't worry, with this king here, no one will dare to touch you. Many thanks for the 10,000 Flood Dragon King's help. From now on, I'm yours." The enchanting woman's every move would enchant the 10,000 Flood Dragon King. "Beauty, I can't wait any longer. Follow me back to my mansion. I'll properly protect you." After speaking, The 10,000 Flood Dragon King's figure flickered and brought the enchanting woman back to his mansion. Chapter 1568. 10,000 Flood Dragon King's mansion. 10,000 Flood Dragon King's face was gloomy, and flames of fury were burning in his heart. His sharp eyes stared at the enchanting woman before him. Thinking back to how he had made love with her, 10,000 Flood Dragon King felt regret. He was the leader of the Flood Dragon race, and his cultivation base had reached the 5th level of life and death realm. He had grasped 2 kinds of laws, and his future was limitless. No matter how bad he was, he could still peacefully enjoy life in 7 Tiger Land. However, because he had let his desires get to his head, he was now under someone else's control. I know you're not convinced. In order to deal with you, I've put in a lot of effort. The enchanting woman's face was somewhat red. In order to deal with the 10,000 Flood Dragon King, she had fused her essence blood into the poison. This kind of poison itself was a threat to life and death emperors. Adding on her essence blood, the poison was too fierce. 10,000 Flood Dragon King couldn't resist the poison's invasion. In a short moment, the poison had already spread to his 4 limbs. As long as he used a bit of strength, his body would go limp, and he would have no fighting power left. Who are you? 10,000 Flood Dragon King asked gravely. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that from now on, you have to listen to me. Otherwise, you'll be poisoned to death. The enchanting woman was somewhat weak. 10,000 Flood Dragon King's body was too strong. In order to not reveal her plan, she did her best to cooperate with 10,000 Flood Dragon King, and almost collapsed from exhaustion. Fortunately, she succeeded at the last moment. Otherwise, she would have been tortured to death. You. 10,000 Flood Dragon King was furious. You want me to listen to you? That's impossible. What if you want me to kill the descendants of the Flood Dragon race? 10,000 Flood Dragon King asked. The enchanting woman looked at him and said with a beaming smile, Don't worry, I won't let you do that. After controlling 10,000 Flood Dragon King, her next target was one of the 3 remaining tigers in 7 Tiger Land, Fire Cat King. Of the 3 remaining tigers, the strongest was Jinbo King, followed by 10,000 Flood Dragon King, and the weakest was Fire Cat King. With 10,000 Flood Dragon King's cooperation, the enchanting woman successfully controlled him. Following which, she started controlling the life and death experts in 7 Tigers Land. In comparison, the enchanting woman's luck. He easily took control of the 2 kings of the alien races. Many of her senior martial sisters had been discovered by the outsiders during their missions, and some of them had even been killed. Time passed. Terra saw danger spot. Undercurrents were surging. Not long after the rootless grass appeared, it disappeared again. The 3 gods of the 3 gods land were wantonly searching for the rootless grass but to no avail. In front of the magma in the passageway, Senior Sister Ding and the others were still thinking of a way to break open the bronze door. Below the magma, in a certain scorching place. It was surrounded by magma, and the big white dog greedily sucked in the hot magma. The little mouse was at the side. It used its innate ability, Devour, to compete with the big white dog for the hot lava. Hoo in the blink of an eye, the purple-tinged magma was completely snatched up. The little mouse patted its stomach as if it had not had enough. You are the guardian of this place. Do you know how much lava you have absorbed? Why are you fighting with me? The little mouse was speechless. The large white dog at the side opened its mouth and drooled. You should be content. This is purple lava. It's more than 100 times stronger than ordinary lava. To me, it's considered precious. Purple lava was a unique type of lava. Purple lava would form in the magma river every 10 years or so. Purple lava was extremely important to living beings. After absorbing it, they could speed up their evolution. Every time the purple lava appeared, the big white dog would finish absorbing it. This time, the purple lava just happened to appear, and the big white dog brought the little mouse here. It was strange. After only a few days, the big white dog and the little mouse became close. The relationship between the two became better and better. Big white dog, is there anything good in this magma river? Hurry up and take me there. The devouring ability of the god devouring rats was too terrifying. There were too few things in the universe that they could not devour. After absorbing the purple lava, the little mouse clearly felt that its strength had increased by a lot. Nothing else is as powerful as the purple lava, the big white dog said. Just as it finished speaking, it suddenly thought of something. Right, a few hundred years ago, I saw a vein of ore at the bottom of the magma river. I don't know if it's still there. Vein of ore. The little mouse was overjoyed when it heard this. To be able to survive in such a hot magma river, this vein of ore must be extraordinary. Perhaps there was a primordial ancestral stone. Under the urging of the little mouse, the big white dog shuttled through the magma river. In front of the cultivation palace, Fang Chen and the other two joined forces for the first time, preparing to attack the gate of the cultivation palace. Brother Fang Chen, I didn't expect you to be so good at formations. The person who spoke was the linen-clothed man, Liu Xiong. His praise for Fang Chen could no longer be described with words. Liu Xiong originally wanted to blast open the gate of the cultivation palace with his strength, but was stopped by Fang Chen. He told his idea to Liu Xiong and Sword 3, and both of them approved of it. During this time, the three of them had been familiarizing themselves with formations. The Chaos Primordial Killing Formation had long been fundamentally changed by Fang Chen. Now, the Origin Killing Formation had been branded with Fang Chen's mark. Its attack power was extremely strong, reaching the peak of the 8th level. It was not far from the 9th level. Fang Chen taught the Origin Killing Formation to the two of them. Both of them were martial artists of other cultivation systems and had great potential. It did not take long for them to learn it. According to Fang Chen's request, the two of them stood in different positions. Brother Fang Chen, can we begin? Sword 3 could not wait. The three of them had already practiced. Using the Origin Killing Formation, their attack power could be increased by a lot. Listen to my command. Attack the gate of the cultivation palace, Fang Chen said. The two of them nodded and looked forward. Buzz. A blinding light shot out from Fang Chen's palm. Instantly, the entire Origin Killing Formation was activated. A terrifying killing power roared. In a short moment, the killing power in the Origin Killing Formation had accumulated to the peak. At this time, Fang Chen's body landed at the control center of the Origin Killing Formation. Attack! Following Fang Chen's command, Liu Xiong and Sword 3 each performed a powerful attack. Liu Xiong's bloodline power erupted completely and merged directly into the Origin Killing Formation. As for Sword 3, he turned his body into a sharp knife and shot towards the gate of the cultivation palace. Whoosh! After the three of them were strengthened by the Origin Killing Formation, their power increased by several times. Under the guidance of Fang Chen, the terrifying power blasted towards the gate of the cultivation palace. Dong! The entire ground shook. The Origin Killing Formation used all its power and merged all its power into the gate of the cultivation palace. Crack! With too much force, the Origin Killing Formation shattered. At the same time, the gate of the cultivation palace shook. It shook. Ha ha ha! Liu Xiong laughed loudly. Sword 3, who was beside him, quickly transformed into his human form and retreated in front of Liu Xiong. Rumble. The gate of the cultivation palace shook for a few seconds. Although it did not open, this improvement was enough to make Liu Xiong and Sword 3 excited. The two of them looked at Fang Chen excitedly. Brother Fang Chen, your method is feasible. I feel that we will be able to enter the cultivation palace in no time. Liu Xiong smiled. Yes. Before Brother Fang Chen came, the two of us were just fooling around. Now that we have found a way, we will continue to work hard according to this method. Sword 3 said, if Brother Fang Chen can break through to the level of a 9-star formation master, the Origin Killing Formation will be even more powerful. Fang Chen smiled bitterly. A 9-star formation master could already dominate the lower realm. Until now, Fang Chen had never heard of a 9-star formation master. There was an insurmountable gap between 8-star and 9-star. Once a 9-star formation master became a 9-star formation master, his deterrence would be comparable to the 5 great leaders of the human race. It's too difficult. Fang Chen knew best that there was a fundamental change from 8-star to 9-star. It was like being reborn. How could it be so easy? Liu Xiong and Sword 3 chuckled and said, Brother Fang Chen, as long as you work hard, there is nothing you can't do. Yes, let's work hard together. After this experiment, Fang Chen also saw a glimmer of hope. His intuition told him that the cultivation palace might be able to affect his future life. It was very important. Chapter 1569. The Tao of Array Formations was extremely vast. Although he had already become an 8-star array formation master, he was only a beginner. It was extremely difficult for him to become a 9-star array formation master. Fang Chen also knew this, so he did not force it. After 3 months at the bottom of the magma, Fang Chen's cultivation level reached the 9th level of the creation realm. In his sea of qi, the 9-pointed star radiance emitted a terrifying light. I have broken through. He opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. However, he knew that this was far from enough to open the cultivation palace. After thinking for a while, he continued to cultivate. In the outside world, the human race's exploration had never stopped. Especially after the destruction of the sea demon race and the foreign race, the entire lower world was under the control of the human race. After the bone progenitor, another human race elite had unified the lower world. Under the command of the human race's holy leader, the human race began to explore the unknown sea. 4 generations, the void ocean had always been occupied by the sea demons. More than 90% of the lower world was the void ocean. In fact, the human race's territory was very small, but it had many resources. There were no obstacles in exploring the void ocean. The human race's exploration was also progressing rapidly. On this day, the human race's ancient martial art practitioners made a shocking discovery. In the deepest part of the void ocean, they discovered an eye that was emitting a blood-red light. This eye was extremely huge and lay quietly in the depths of the void ocean. Any ancient martial art practitioner who approached it would be instantly enveloped by the blood-red light and turned into ashes. This shocking discovery was immediately reported to the human race's sacred land. When the human race's holy leader heard the news, he immediately rushed over. Everyone, evacuate from the void ocean. The human race's holy leader ordered. Holy leader, what exactly is that blood-red eye? The first elder asked. Could it be left behind by an ancient elite? The second elder asked. The human race's holy leader shook his head and did not speak. After a while, all the ancient martial art practitioners evacuated from the void ocean. The first elder and second elder wanted to stay behind to accompany the human race's holy leader, but the latter refused. Buzz. At the bottom of the void ocean, the huge blood-red eye lay there strangely. The human race's holy leader walked step by step toward the blood-red eye. Strangely, when the blood-red aura emitted from the eye enveloped him, he was not harmed. The blood-red glow sensed a familiar aura from the human race's holy master. At this moment, the right eye of the human holy lord separated from his body. Then, the blood-red eye separated from his eyes. Is this your other eye? Asked the human race's holy master. There was a strange fluctuation around the blood-red eye, as if it was trying to awaken the other one. That's right. Here's the other eye that I lost back then, Blood Eye said. Don't worry. I'll keep my promise to you. As long as you help me obtain the blood-red eye, I will leave the lower realm and head to the God realm. Back then, Crimson Eye had made an agreement with the human race's sacred leader. As for what the agreement was, no one knew. The Saint Lord of the human clan thought for a while and nodded. All right, what do you need me to do? Asked the human race holy leader. My eyes are in a deep sleep. If you want to wake him up, you need the blood of human warriors. Blood Eye said, find some life and death realm monarchs. Impossible. Hearing this, the human race's Saint Lord directly rejected. Life and death realm monarchs were very rare, and they were the mainstay of the human race. If one of them died, it would be a huge loss to the human race. The human race's Saint Lord would never agree to Blood Eye's request. Don't you want to break through the universe's restrictions? Blood Eye sneered. The human race's Saint Lord's expression changed. Thinking of what Blood Eye had said, he said in a low voice, how many people do you need? Not many, 9 will do. Blood Eye was very happy that the human race's Saint Lord agreed. It would be best if you could find warriors with stronger bloodlines. 3 days later, I'll bring 9 life and death realm monarchs. The human race's Saint Lord said with a gloomy face. Human race's sacred land, sacred palace. The human race's Saint Lord sat on the throne with 9 life and death realm monarchs below him. Most of them were at the first level of life and death realm. Some of them had even just broken through to the life and death realm. Suddenly being summoned by the human race's Saint Lord made them feel a little depressed. However, they were very happy. I wonder why the human race's Saint Lord summoned us. Could it be that the human race's Saint Lord wants to nurture us? I heard that any warrior summoned by the human race's Saint Lord will have a limitless future. That's right. That Green Bamboo Island Master Sanguinati was summoned by the human race's Saint Lord when he was in the Star Scripture. In just a few years, he's grown to such a level. The human race's Saint Lord waved his hand, and the sacred palace's doors closed. Then, he stood up. Everyone, you're the hope of the human race, and also the pillars of the human race. Are you willing to serve the human race? The human race's Saint Lord asked. Human race's Saint Lord, we're humans. Even if we die in battle, we'll serve the human race. That's right. As long as the human race needs it, our lives can be taken at any time. Human race's Saint Lord, if you need anything, just say the word. The 9 life and death realm monarchs had the same attitude. For the human race, they were willing to give up everything. If you say so, then I'm relieved. A strange smile appeared on the human race's Saint Lord's face. Hearing this, the 9 people below thought that the human race's Saint Lord had given them an important mission. However, in their happy wait, what came was a nightmare. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying aura appeared around the human race's Saint Lord. The 9 people below were instantly locked in place, unable to move. Human race's Saint Lord. The 9 people were shocked. They didn't know what the human race's Saint Lord was doing. Wang. The human race's Saint Lord stretched out his hand and grabbed the 9 people. Human race's Saint Lord, what are you doing? At this moment, the 9 people were somewhat panicked. Why was the human race's Saint Lord attacking them? Human race's Saint Lord, we didn't betray the human race. Human race's Saint Lord, we're wholeheartedly loyal to the human race. Why are you attacking us? However, their shouts didn't receive any response from the human race's Saint Lord. The human race's Saint Lord was expressionless. After subduing the 9 people, the human race's Saint Lord placed them in his cave residence and disappeared from the palace. In the depths of the void ocean, the human race's Saint Lord arrived with 9 life and death realm monarchs. How is it? Blood Eye asked. The human race's Saint Lord waved his hand, and the 9 people instantly appeared. What is this place? The 9 people exclaimed inwardly as they looked around. Not bad. These 9 people's bloodline power is very strong. Blood Eye sinisterly smiled. Hearing this, the 9 people completely understood. Human race's Saint Lord, why? One of them hysterically yelled. He had wholeheartedly served the human race, but in the end, this was his fate. He couldn't accept it. Everything is for the human race. The human race's Saint Lord sighed and turned his head, no longer looking at the 9 people screaming. Blood Eye snickered and spat out a blood-red light that enveloped the 9 people. The 9 people couldn't resist at all and allowed their essence blood to be sucked dry. I can't accept this. Before the 9 people died, they let out a roar of unwillingness. At the same time, the 9 clones that were hidden all over the place mysteriously died. After obtaining the essence blood of the 9 people, Blood Eye started to summon another eye. The human race's Saint Lord had been watching the entire process. After about 3 days and 3 nights, the 9 people's essence blood was completely used up. The eye that had fallen into a deep sleep finally woke up. Come back, my eye. Blood Eye called out softly. Under its control, the eye fused with it. Buzz. A terrifying aura spread out. At this moment, the entire void ocean was filled with blood water. This change alarmed the entire lower domain. The 4 giants were all shocked. What happened? The 4 giants gathered in the sky above the void ocean and looked down at the blood water below. The human race's martial artists discovered a blood-red eye when they were exploring the unknown ocean. Could it be related to this? No ordinary person can turn the entire void ocean into this. The four great authorities expressed their opinions. Blood water rose into the sky from the void ocean, giving off an extremely shocking feeling. At this moment, the human race's Saint Lord's face turned pale with fright. "CCC Pavilion, see, what are you doing?" The human race's Saint Lord roared. Blood Eye laughed sinisterly and ignored the human race's Saint Lord. Seeing the spinning Blood Eye, the human race's Saint Lord immediately made a decision and attacked. "Stop it." However, the human race's Saint Lord's full-force attack couldn't stop the Blood Eye from spinning. Chapter 1570. The Crimson Eye absorbed the other eye, and its aura became even more powerful. Its high-speed rotation directly affected the entire void ocean. More than 90% of the lower realm was the void ocean. Only a small part of it was the human domain, which was the land domain. Now, the entire void ocean was dyed red with blood. Waves of blood rolled, and a terrifying bloody aura spread out and enveloped the entire lower realm. At the same time, all the warriors stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky with wide eyes. They felt their hearts palpitating, the palpitations in the depths of their souls. What's going on? Why do I feel my heart palpitating, and the spirit chi in the air is becoming thinner? Oh my God, is there an eternal realm elite? Many martial artists cried out in surprise. The sudden change made their hearts tremble. Many of the elites on the universe's combat power list also appeared. They came to the void and stood behind the four giants. Their eyes flashed as they stared at the rolling blood sea in the west. On a secluded mountain peak, the two old men, black-white holy masters, sat cross-legged on a bluestone and played chess. Apart from cultivating, the two old men trained their disciple. Over the years, the disciple had improved rapidly. "Old Black, I don't know what's going on with our good disciple," Old White said as he played chess. "I think she'll have a breakthrough after this round of training," Blackie said. They were very confident in their disciple. She had high potential and a special constitution, which was most suitable for the inheritance of black-white holy masters. Buzz. Just as the two old men were playing chess, a palpitating aura suddenly came from the void. "What's going on?" Black-white holy masters put down their chess pieces and stood up. With a tap of their toes, their bodies floated in the sky. When they looked down into the distance, they saw a roiling sea of blood. "Who's extracting the universe's origin energy?" Old Black said in a low voice. "It seems that there's a problem in the void ocean. Let's go and take a look." Old White's face was gloomy. Then, black-white holy masters disappeared. At the same time, in a remote place, Silver Moon Island. The residents of Silver Moon Island were aloof from worldly affairs and had always lived on the island. Moreover, since the Saintess appeared, the strength of the warriors on Silver Moon Island had obviously improved greatly. As usual, the residents were working hard on cultivating. Suddenly, a palpitating aura came from the sky. The residents of Silver Moon Island looked up at the sky, their faces filled with horror. At this moment, the Saintess appeared. She slowly walked over. Her pitch-black eyes pierced through the clouds and looked at the distant horizon. "After a long time," she said, "stop cultivating for now." After that, she dismissed the residents and muttered in her heart that the world was about to change. What happened in the void ocean shook the entire lower realm. "Damn it! Who is it that's extracting the universe's origin energy?" shouted Emperor Blackblade. Once the origin power was intercepted, the universe would also face the phenomenon of collapse. Hearing Monarch Blackblade's words, the other three magnates looked at each other. Helplessness appeared in their eyes. "At least, we can't do it," the Luo clan leader said. His meaning was clear. Perhaps only an eternal realm human holy master would be able to do this. "Is it the Saint Lord?" The spiritual clan leader did not believe it. "Let's go in and take a look." The four leaders decided to go into the void ocean to see what was going on. Splash! The blood sea in the void ocean roiled. The spirit chi in the universe became thinner and thinner as the origin energy was cut off. At this moment, in the depths of the void ocean, The Blood Eye's speed had exceeded its limit. The human race's sacred leader tried to forcefully stop the blood-red eye from rotating, but to no avail. Hee, don't worry. I won't let the universe collapse. I'll just absorb some origin energy to recover. The Blood Eye's strength was too terrifying. He had not died after being suppressed under the bipolar ice mountain for so many years. Now that he had absorbed the power of the other eye, he was about to recover to his peak strength. As an eternal realm holy master of the human clan, he felt a sense of helplessness. You've been lying to me all this time. The human Saint Lord roared and waved his hand. The power of the eternal ancient realm exploded. Every time the human race's sacred lord attacked, the void ocean would shake. Splash! The blood-red eye was surrounded by dense seawater, forming an extremely strong defense. Don't waste your effort. When you break my defense, I'll have absorbed enough origin energy, the Blood Eye said disdainfully. I said that when I fully recover, I'll enter the God world. I won't destroy the human race. The human Saint Lord's eyes turned red. He was in a frenzy. You won't destroy the human race. What you're doing now is more despicable than destroying the human race, the human Saint Lord roared. Taking origin energy will hasten the destruction of the universe. What's the difference between this and destroying the human race? As the current Saint Lord of the human race, he would not allow this to happen. Plus, it was all because of him. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. The human Saint Lord roared and attacked. Whoosh! The four giants came to the depths of the void ocean. When they saw the Blood Eye, their expressions changed. Let's attack together and stop him. Before they could say anything, the human race's holy master roared. The five giants attacked the Blood Eye together. Demon subduing field. Realm Lord subduing demon stood on the ground with his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. I haven't fought in a long time. I wonder if my body is flexible. Realm Lord subduing demon muttered to himself. After a while, he made a decision. His body flashed and he left demon subduing field, entering the depths of the void ocean. The battle between the five giants and the Blood Eye was intense. Their efforts to stop him had some effect. The Blood Eye's speed of absorbing origin energy was greatly reduced. This made the Blood Eye extremely angry. You're courting death. The Blood Eye roared angrily, and a terrifying aura spread out. The Blood Eye launched a fierce counterattack. Boom! The battle continued. The human Saint Lord took the lead and blocked all of the Blood Eye's attacks. You damned bastard. The Blood Eye hated the human Saint Lord the most. This was part of the deal, but the human Saint Lord had stopped him. I want you to die. A tumbling blood sea gushed out of the crimson eye and enveloped the human saint leader. Die. The human Saint Lord was like a god of death. His fist shattered the void, and his combat power skyrocketed. The Blood Eye's combat power was also very strong after absorbing some origin energy. He was on par with the five giants. The battle continued until Realm Lord subduing demon appeared. You can't stop me. He continued to absorb origin energy as he fought. The Blood Eye sneered. The five giants looked at each other and attacked with all their might. However, at this moment, a terrifying whirlpool appeared in the Blood Eye. Realm Lord subduing demon walked over. He had a broken hammer in his hand. Boom! Realm Lord subduing demon used all his strength and smashed the hammer toward the Blood Eye. Poochie! The Blood Eye's defense was instantly broken. The Blood Eye was shocked. A treasure from the God realm. Not only Crimson Eye, but the five giants were also shocked. Who was this person? Why did he have a treasure from the God realm? Moreover, he could use a treasure from the God realm. What are you waiting for? Realm Lord subduing demon used a treasure from the God realm, and his energy was quickly depleted. Following his loud roar, the five leaders once again joined the battle. With Realm Lord subduing demon's treasure, the Blood Eye had to struggle. 88:8. The origin energy was blocked, and the universe was gradually recovering. Damn it! The Blood Eye roared angrily. He needed origin energy. These damn people who dared to stop him had to die. Kill him. Realm Lord subduing demon's hammer came down. The Blood-Eye's face turned pale, and the hand holding the hammer trembled. Chapter 1572. The big white dog sensed the golden lion's approach. Its expression was solemn as it stared ahead with its gong-sized eyes. Without any hesitation, the golden lion jumped into the magma. It knew better than anyone else how dangerous the magma was. However, that was only for human warriors. To it, it was just a piece of cake. The golden lion passed through the scorching magma easily and arrived on the plains. Thump! Its body landed heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The golden lion looked at the big white dog, which was emitting a golden aura, and grinned. "You're still the same after so many years. You haven't changed either. You're still greedy and sinister," the big white dog said coldly. "If there were any outsiders here, they would definitely be shocked." The big white dog and the golden lion knew each other. Furthermore, the two of them had met many years ago. The golden lion did not care about the big white dog's words at all. It spread its paws indifferently. "What I'm after is only a higher level of power," the golden lion said. "I told you to come with me back then, but you weren't willing." Hearing the golden lion's words, the big white dog was even more furious. "Bullsh*t. You're after a higher level of power. You're betraying your master," the big white dog said angrily. "If my master hadn't left long ago, I would have killed you." In fact, not only did the big white dog and the golden lion know each other, they were also good brothers a long time ago. The big white dog was the first to follow its master, followed by the golden lion. Although they were of different races, they were very loyal to their master. There were many times when the big white dog was in danger and was saved by the golden lion. At that time, the big white dog treated the golden lion as its best friend. However, no one knew that the golden lion was ambitious. After its master left the lower realm, the golden lion's meticulous plan finally began to be implemented. It used the big white dog's brotherhood to set it up. Fortunately, the big white dog noticed and was not killed. However, even so, the power in his body was still sealed. All these years, the big white dog had been trying to break the seal, but no matter what it did, it could not return to its peak. It had been doing its best to protect the cultivation palace. Because it knew that the golden lion would definitely return. After sealing the big white dog, the golden lion thought that it could obtain the inheritance of the cultivation palace. However, something unexpected happened. It seemed that Long Ming had expected this and left a backup plan to severely injure the golden lion. As a result, his strength was greatly reduced, and he fled far away. All these years, the golden lion had been hiding in the pterosaur forbidden ground, recovering while thinking of ways to take revenge. It used its own methods to gather many talented women and formed the Lion's Gate. There weren't many disciples in the Lion's Gate, only a few dozen in total. However, they were all women. There were no men. The golden lion had an innate divine ability. Based on its own experience, it dissected the innate divine ability. In the end, it evolved into terrifying Gu and poison arts. The women of Lion's Gate either learned Gu arts or poison arts. Either way, the two secret techniques were very powerful. Furthermore, by making use of their beauty, the disciples of the Lion's Gate would almost never fail in their missions. Most of the time, they would be able to control a large number of outsiders or human martial artists without even realizing it. The golden lion had been waiting for this day, and it had finally arrived. When the cultivation palace opened, the passageway would be completely destroyed. It had finally returned here. The golden lion stared at the big white dog. "Even now, you still want to stop me?" The golden lion was extremely confident in itself and said coldly. "You despicable piece of trash. Back then, Master trusted you so much but you betrayed him. I'd be blind to call you brother," the big white dog said. It hated the golden lion immensely. However, it did not act rashly. Since the golden lion dared to come, it must be fearless. The power in its body was sealed and it could not use its full strength, so it had to be cautious. "Big white dog, you're no match for me. Move aside," the golden lion sighed. "After all, we were once brothers." When it heard the word brother, the big white dog felt that it was ironic. Once brothers, they were now meeting on the battlefield. This was what it meant to be brothers. I don't have a brother like you. Right now, there are only two paths before you. Either you fight me to the death and step over my dead body, or you leave this place with Su, the big white dog said. Actually, deep in its heart, it still cared about the brotherhood of the past. However, the cultivation palace left behind by its master was not to be desecrated. It could not allow this traitor to enter either. Even if it had to die, it had to protect it. It seems that you have no choice but to fight, the golden lion said indifferently. The big white dog turned to look at the closed cultivation palace, then a powerful aura rippled around its body. It was ready to fight to the death. Come, let me see how much you've recovered after all these years, the big white dog said in a deep voice. I didn't want to fight you, but you forced me. The golden lion pretended to be innocent, which made the big white dog even more furious. Rumble. The big white dog opened its bloody mouth and immediately, hot magma spewed out from its body. The fiery magma contained an extreme amount of power as it whistled through the air. Have you forgotten that I used to feed on magma as well? Seeing this, the golden lion sneered. It suddenly opened its mouth and sucked the hot magma into its body. If that's all you've got, admit defeat, the golden lion said arrogantly. Dream on. The big white dog turned into an afterimage and rushed in front of the golden lion, fighting with the latter. Rumble. A deafening sound echoed through the sky. The big white dog's claws were extremely sharp and when it waved, it could change the airflow of heaven and earth. The big white dog's attack was very strong and had at least surpassed the creation realm. However, the golden lion was not weak either. All these years, it had been scheming to enter the cultivation palace, so it was naturally recovering with all its might. The intense battle was still going on. In the beginning, the big white dog still had the advantage. However, as time passed, the golden lion reversed the situation and took control. Bam! The golden lion kicked the big white dog's body and sent it flying. It looked down at the big white dog and said coldly, "You're not my match. If you continue to be so stubborn, you'll die." The big white dog got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of its mouth. "You're the stubborn one." The golden lion betrayed the owner of the cultivation palace and still made it sound so righteous. No one else could do it. "You're courting death." The golden lion was enraged and attacked with a powerful aura that could split heaven and earth. It was extremely domineering. It completely suppressed the big white dog. Although this big guy's aura is strong, it's just an empty shell. It looks good but is useless. The little mouse was hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to act. The golden lion swooped down, golden aura surrounding its body. This was its strongest attack. Once it hit the big white dog, the latter would definitely die. Swoosh. However, just as the golden lion was grinning from ear to ear, a strange purple spear suddenly shot out of the void. This purple spear contained a terrifying penetrating power. It was the innate ability of the heaven-devouring divine rat clan, extreme piercing. The little mouse appeared and extreme piercing whistled through the air. Scram! The golden lion did not care about the little mouse at all. It did not even look at it. It casually threw a punch, wanting to destroy the purple spear. However, it was wrong. Crack! The purple spear pierced through its fist at lightning speed, and then stabbed into its body. Roar! The golden lion roared at the sky. Its attack was interrupted and it quickly retreated. Extreme piercing, you're from the heaven-devouring divine rat clan. The golden lion glared at the little mouse. Only then did it realize that it had underestimated this little guy. With the little mouse's support, the big white dog was able to relax for a while. It nodded at the little mouse. The two looked at each other and instantly understood each other's intentions. Whoosh! The little mouse ignored the golden lion and continued to use its innate ability, devour. A terrifying devouring power spread out and enveloped the golden lion. Courting death. The golden lion was furious and desperately resisted the devouring power. If it was at its peak, it naturally would not fear the innate ability of the heaven-devouring divine rat clan. However, its strength was far from its peak. Seeing that the little mouse's devour was controlling the golden lion, the big white dog took the opportunity to attack. The battle was very intense. With the help of the little mouse, The big white dog turned defeat into victory and gradually reversed the situation. After about 2 hours, the golden lion retreated and quickly fled. "I won't let you off." Before the golden lion left, it left behind a ruthless warning. Seeing the golden lion flee, the little mouse sat on the ground and panted. It did not feel good to continuously use its innate ability at such a high intensity, especially against a powerhouse like the golden lion. The big white dog stuck out its tongue and walked to the little mouse's side. "Thank you for this time," the big white dog said sincerely. The little mouse waved its little paw and said, "Why are you saying this? Didn't you give me the purple juice too?" Hearing this, the big white dog grinned widely. Ever since its heart was broken by the golden lion, it had never felt this way again. "But that lion is really powerful," the little mouse said. "It's a war general under my master, just like me. If it wasn't injured, it would have killed you in seconds," the big white dog said. "But now that it's injured, it shouldn't appear for the time being." The little mouse nodded. It had helped because the big white dog was good to it, and because its boss was cultivating in the cultivation palace and could not be disturbed.